And as that supply is drying up, it's being filled by illicit F. And that's why the ODs and stuff are skyrocketing. It's not only people that use, it is pain patients who can no longer get their medication, and then they get it. And, it's just, I don't know, it's just unaliving all over, because then people are also unaliving because they can't stand being in pain the way they are, and they're not getting treated. So I don't know. I think, a lot of people just haven't seen this angle on it. And a lot of it it's come down to, once they had that guideline set, they could sue the Sacklers, they could sue doctors. I mean, these people are making so much money from this, from lawsuits and from the other drugs they're replacing the opiates with, that they are invested in, and they're making money on both sides of the issue. So I don't know. I don't know, because it's a bunch of disabled people. No one really cares. And this is my last thing I'll say. There is something called Policies for the People. If you look it up, it is sort of connected to RFK, but it is like a bunch of different policies that are being put forth that he could, maybe help enact if basically you work with what you got, okay? But one of them is for pain management, and to get rid of these guidelines and kind of restructure things. And if anyone can go and you can vote yes or no, and then you can leave a comment if you want to. But obviously, the more votes on there, the more seriously it'll be taken, and anybody can become disabled at any day. You can get hit by a car tomorrow, and you just don't know. So it's important to have access to these medications that people need for surgeries, for everything, because they're doing surgeries without them too now. I mean, all over. It's really bad, and people just don't know until it happens to them. So that's really all I've got on that. I just kind of wanted to be able to talk when there was quite a few people listening. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Have a good weekend. It's almost Friday.
Yeah, it's almost Friday. Chat, I'm not streaming tomorrow night.
Why not?
Friday. Gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, I am hanging out with the booth thing.
What? Wait, what?
I'm going on a date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna tell her about us?
She's been watching for hours.
Ah, fuck. So she already knows about us?
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Hi.
Without context, she's been watching for hours sounds vaguely creepy.
She's been watching.
She's at the window, actually. She's not on the she's not in the live. She's watching out the window.
Yeah.
He puts the lotion in the basket.
Or gets the holes again.
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me so hard. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I just heard Kristen scream from the bathroom. Just an exasperated fucking scream.
She comes running out. Who are you talking to?
Oh no. Yeah, there she is again. I don't know if you were in the live last night, Tic Tac. I passed out on the couch and woke up at like 1 a.m. And I was like, oh fuck, I need to go to bed. And like I sat up and I was like, oh, Kristen's not in here. Where is she? And then I hear something from the other side of the house. And I was like, what the fuck is that noise? So I like put Harley in his crate and I like walk in there, and Kristen's just sitting on the bathroom floor with the camera propped up on like a drawer, just doing some Smeagol voice on Pickle Panel.
She's hiding from you doing lives. That's funny.
What the fuck are you doing?
You should have seen the lady we had on our live last night towards the end was it was a it was a trip.
She told me about it earlier, yeah.
Yeah.
Were you up late last night? I went to bed early. I crashed out. I crash out early every night though.
Yeah, her name is Jennifer. I didn't pass out till like 4. I ended up going out in the wild and getting on Liam's debate and yapped at him for a sec. Yeah.
Wait, do we know her? Is she a friendly? Do we know her from here? From TikTok?
My new date?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
Come to find out, she's been watching for hours, but not from in the live. She's just in the background somewhere.
okay, so I'll give you guys some tea. I'll give you guys some stuff I probably shouldn't say, but I'll say it anyway. So
didn't mean
some
to
of y'all
bring
know
this
I have a
all out, man.
stalker, right? And
Okay.
she was in jail, and she was supposed to be in jail till March, and she got out early, and she's already on her shit again. So like, I'm just trying to decide when I want to even try to invite that back into my life and into someone else's life, because she doesn't just like do it to me; she does it to whoever I'm with.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's no good, man.
Yeah, baby reindeer, for real, for real. It's been 3.5 years, chat. 3.5 years.
Baby reindeer, is that where they boil the bunny?
Have you not seen Baby Reindeer?
Mm,
It's like a TikTok, or not TikTok, it's a Netflix series based on like a
no.
story. It's like a stand-up comedian who had he worked at a bar and had a stalker, and it's like it's a wild fucking series. It's a good watch.
I thought that was the one with Ben Affleck.
No,
I'm
that's
thinking Fatal Attraction, the other one, the bunny one.
Artvark, that's not exactly true. Like, I don't think I'm famous, first of all, but I used to stream gaming, and I had 500,000 followers streaming gaming. That's what she knows me from. And seeing me do this again probably emboldens her. But she's been calling me. She like I've blocked 1,000 numbers at least. 1,000. Like, not kidding. She's called me. She just changes her number every 3 seconds with Google Voice. She texts me. She's like, when I like on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, on Instagram, on everything. She's in my inbox, saying shit, going crazy, snooping through all my friends, talking to them. It's been 3 years. She's flown out and followed me around conventions. She's absolutely batshit crazy. She's threatened to kill my
That's
dog.
unfortunate, man.
She's threatened to hurt my girlfriend at the time. She's threatened to show up. She like sends me unsolicited, just nasty videos, images of things you could probably guess. Constantly.
Can you, can you sue her?
She's across state lines, and she's broke.
It's
I
still
can't get
across
anything out of
lines.
it, but I could.
You could get at least, I don't know. Is she breaking restraining orders and such?
So it's hard to enforce a restraining order across state lines. So no one's going to extradite her from Florida to Texas for that. I've called the police on her end. I've talked to police here. I've talked to FBI. I've talked to multiple detectives. I went in, I gave them I had a 1 terabyte iPhone. I let them download my whole phone. I was like, I don't care. Look at my dick pics, but you're going to see this shit. They never called me. But that was a year ago. They never did anything. They don't give a fuck.
You just have to move and not give her your address. How I mean, you can go incognito for a while, can't you?
What do you mean?
Like your next move, you're moving in February. Can't you?
Yeah. She doesn't have my address anymore. She used to. But yeah,
Oh,
she doesn't know my location, but like my job is
still got your
online, being a
social
presence
media.
online. So like it's impossible to keep her out. I would have erased my
Yeah, I'm
feed
not
pics.
that popular. I'd never want to be that popular.
N- Honestly, I didn't have anything crazy on there, but they even saw they downloaded my phone, they copied the image, and they downloaded even things I deleted. That's how forensic they were with it.
Oh yeah, no, just because you delete something off of your phone, it's never actually gone.
Yeah. I'll show you guys her this is her mugshot shot.
I tell you, I got a new pew pew.
I'm gonna scratch out her name. What'd you get?
I got the Ruger Security 380. It's got an easy slide on there for me.
Nice.
Easy rack.
I have a SIG M18 personally.
That's her.
She looks like a joy.
Yeah.
She's
fun.
not weird.
Was she happy she was getting a mugshot?
She's not weird.
Was that mugshot because of you?
No. That was from battery of an elderly, trespassing,
Holy crap.
and I forgot what else. There was a third, but felony. Yellow.
Commit a felony, then all of a sudden you're a bad person. I swear.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
I like a lot of the principles that he stands for. So, like, generally, I like the idea of us being able to have a border that we control. To me, I think that's a good thing.
We already have that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we do in the same sense that I view it as us controlling the border. We don't have that in the sense that I view it as control.
Can you just be nuanced and tell me about that?
Yeah, so like if when I say that a border that we control, I mean that a border that we effectively have the ability to know exactly who at any given time is coming into our country, who isn't coming into our country, points of entry that are controlled, that we have the ability to not have multiple millions of people slip through the cracks, which we currently have. Like, I think this last year we had about 2 million people slip through the cracks.
That's not true.
That were just, how many people did slip through the cracks? If it wasn't 2 million.
1.5 million over the last 4 years.
Also, just to clarify.
Okay, so that's acceptable. Okay, so let's go based off of your numbers. Is 1.5 million people entering a country acceptable
Hey, real quick.
under your standards?
Yeah.
I have a clarifying question for you. Do you only feel this way about the southern border or both borders?
What state do you live in? Noob Trader?
Yeah.
What state are you in?
So I'm sorry, I was muted. So the southern border has drawn the attention to this issue much more than any of the other borders, right?
Yeah, Trump
I'm
has.
just
Right.
I'm
So
asking
the
you.
southern border has been the predominant, basically, like, let's fall on our swords over this because it's been the political issue that has brought the most attention to a problem that I would say is a problem. You say it's not a problem.
Yeah.
I say it is a problem.
Do you think the northern border is a problem as well?
I say any border that you don't have control over is a problem. Yeah.
I'm asking you do you think the northern border is a problem as well?
I don't think the northern border has been as big of a problem as the
Really?
southern border in
Really? Because
the last few years.
the rates of illicit substances that are brought over the northern border by U.S. citizens is actually much higher than the southern border.
What's your source for that?
The Department of Border Control.
Yeah, and what are the rates that are brought over the northern
I think
border in
like
comparison to the southern border?
nose candy had like a 400% increase than the southern border, for example.
So
Like,
you're saying you're saying that there's 400 times more cocaine being brought over the northern border than the southern border.
Don't use
Actually,
substance words.
I think it was
Yeah.
the F1 specifically, but about 10% of all F stuff that comes into this country comes from south of the border. That leaves 90% of all F stuff comes from other ports of entry, like from LA, San Francisco. Canada's a big one.
I don't know what F stuff means. Is that like, are you referring to like
Think of the drug or
federally
substance,
regulated drug?
the
Or are you
substance
referring
that
to
starts with an
drugs
F.
that start with F?
The drug that starts with an F.
yeah, so that's why I'm asking this clarifying question. If you hold this same view of both borders, because nobody ever talks about the border we have with Canada and how much of a problem it is with American citizens trafficking substances across the border. Everybody just points to the southern border, like that's the problem. I mean, Trump. I would like to point out as well. Trump, as recently as yesterday, the day before, said it's just an imaginary line. So
Yeah,
whatever.
so let me understand you guys' premise. Your guys' premise is that the actual majority of the problem is coming from our northern border,
That's
and
not
that
what I
is
asked
not
you.
actually. Well,
That's
I'm
not what
trying to
I asked you.
understand if you're challenging me on my premise, you're saying it's not true
I'm not
because of.
challenging you on a premise. I'm asking
Okay.
you a clarifying
Well,
question.
I've made a very clear premise, and you're saying it's not true. So
I did not say it wasn't
where?
true. I didn't
Okay,
say anything wasn't true. I asked you a clarifying question.
you said that only 10% of it's coming
I
from the
didn't say
southern
that, number
border.
one. I didn't say that, number
You
It
one.
was
did
me.
Number
literally.
two,
It was
no,
me.
the other person on the panel said that. I didn't say that. Number two, I asked you a clarifying question. I didn't challenge anything that you said. I asked you a clarifying question. I wanted to level set.
What's the clarifying question one more time? Because
Okay, because clearly, people that come up here need to have questions repeated to them multiple times before they actually have it stick in their head and they're capable
yeah,
of answering the thing.
God
Do
forbid
you
you have
hold
to
the
repeat
same
something
level of
twice.
veracity, this same level of about the northern border as you do the southern border? Because all you seem to talk about since you got in here was the border we have with Mexico.
Well, the border from Mexico. Oh, hang on a second. The border from Mexico is much more. Do you not think the border from Mexico is a bigger problem, and that there are much more entries from the border on our southern border than the northern border?
That's not an answer to the question I asked you.
I'm asking you a question.
I have asked you a question. You
Do
can't
you not
answer the
think
question.
that there are more unaccounted
I have asked
entries
you a
from
question.
the southern border?
To the
Because
question that I asked you, please.
you're implying with your
To the question that I
question
asked
that
you, please.
somehow it's
I'm
the
not
only
implying
border we
anything
should.
with my
Yes,
question.
you
I'm
are, sir.
asking you your thoughts on something.
Yes.
I'm not
So when
implying
all right,
anything.
my thoughts are this.
I'm
My
not
thoughts are this.
challenging anything.
Let
I'm
me explain my
asking
thoughts.
you
Let me
your
explain.
thoughts. So just answer it.
Let me explain my thoughts. My thoughts are this: if we have a border that we do not control to the extent that we should from the south, that we have seen massive, multiple
So
tens
no.
of
Got it. So no.
thousands.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So
No.
no. So no. So no. So
So
no.
you don't want to hear my answer?
No, your answer is no. I asked you a simple yes or no question.
All right.
The reason he's asking you this question is you guys have been told that this is a huge issue, this is a main issue, this is somehow an epidemic, and what we've seen come out of migration
Who's
from the
we?
southern border,
Who's we?
what the United States has seen come out of the southern
Based
border,
on what are you talking about?
what we get from migration, even non-citizens, is we get a huge economic growth with a side of some crime. And it depends on how bad that is, right? So we had 29 deaths last year because of migrants. And the years before that, it was like 3 and 2 and 3. It's in contrast that with 17,000 people who've died, not to mention how much of an economic benefit they are. You guys have been told that this is so bad, this is so horrible, and when we really get to the nitty gritty, you can't really tell us what the net negative is, and like you just
No,
have to frame it. You have to ask
here's
us in a
where
certain way to make sure we're
yeah,
scared.
here's where we're misunderstanding each other. The problem is not that we have people coming in from the southern border. The problem is that we don't know who is here that came in from the southern border
What
that
makes you think that?
continuously come in. What makes me think that we have people here that are not?
We will always have gotaways, but what makes you think Biden is saying, "Hey, don't check people's backgrounds"?
I mean, you can look at
No, you don't know.
you
This is
can
where it
look
breaks
at the
down.
you can look at the numbers of how many got quote unquote gotaways, and there
Hmm.
was so whenever you look at the gotaways are the anticipated people that didn't get documented at the border.
Right.
However, we anyone with a brain that knows anything about the way that the U.S. government, the federal government, keeps track of numbers, especially when it looks bad upon them. What do you think they're going to do with those numbers in the gotaways? Do you think they're going to exaggerate them to make themselves look worse, or do you think that they're going to actually
So
do
they're
the
not
opposite of
accurate.
that?
So
Of course they're not
you're
accurate.
catastrophizing the numbers so that it's even worse,
No,
and
of
you have a
course
point.
they're not accurate. What do you think that the federal government is going to do with the numbers as far as the gotaways? Do you think that they're going to exaggerate them one way or the other?
What makes you think that Biden or any one person can be like, "Hey, you need to reduce the numbers of encounters on this
You
data
haven't
so that
answered my question,
no,
sir.
this is not happening.
What do
No
you
one's
think?
lying."
You haven't answered my question. What do
The
you think the
irony of
federal
Fred still
government
hasn't
is going
answered
to
your
do
question.
They would
when it comes
report
to the numbers as far as
they would
the
report fully
quote unquote
transparently.
got you can't report gotaways. They're
Yeah, I know.
gotaways,
Do you know
bro.
how they're recorded? Do you know what a regataway is? You see some footprints in the sand, you don't find a person, that's a gotaway.
So do you think they're going to embellish or they're going to so
Either way. What's the
you agree that it's at the very minimum that this is a discretionary reporting metric.
Yes, I think that this is totally complete. Like, there's people on both sides of the aisle in all of these departments, right? And if someone says, "Hey, you're fudging the numbers," and I'm not cool with that, we'd hear about that, right? We don't have anything like that. We just have Trump saying, thousands of people are getting murdered. There's millions of 20 million
Well,
immigrants in
no,
the country.
we had years of Biden in control
Uh huh.
where Trump wasn't in control,
Uh huh.
where when it came to those types of metrics, it leaned a certain way, right?
Right, because it wasn't because of Biden though. So Trump keeps pointing at Biden saying
What do
this
you
is an
mean it
open
wasn't?
border. Yes, this is what I'm about to tell
What do
you.
you
We've had countries south of us because of COVID failed. Their economies are failing. They're migrating. Some come here. That's what happened. It wasn't because the borders opened. Biden kicked out more people than Trump like in a percentage. He filtered through and enforced the law just like Trump.
But also, you're negating to account for the fact that when Biden got into office, there was literally a free for all for immigration that
That's not
never
true.
existed. It totally is
How
true.
so?
Absolutely, there were floods of people
Free
that
for
knew
all
because of
immigration.
those people that were south of the border knew that because of the political ideology of the person that is now in office, we have a free for all. Of
Okay,
course, it's true.
so you think like say Biden gives like Venezuelans temporary protective access to stay, would that make them all come here?
Well, I'm not talking about Venezuelans. I used to live in Venezuela,
Okay, well I
but like
am.
I'm
You're
not
going to
talking.
talk about this. What do you think
Right.
that's
So
something that would incentivize people to come?
Venezuelans have fled to every other country in South America. They will flee to America. They will
Okay,
flee to every country
so
that they have
this
potential.
this is a thing. This is not just an ideology. This is an action Trump took. Trump gave Venezuelans temporary protective access, and then what do
Sure.
you know? They all show up at our door. Huh?
Yeah.
Weird how that happens.
Fucking weird.
Huh? If you think ideology and the person in charge invites people over, there you go. That's your guy.
No, of course. Of course. Yes. Every time that you say that you have the opportunity to come here and your country is a shitty country like Venezuela and you're living in this shitty circumstance, then of course you're going to leave that. And Venezuelans have been doing that for the last decade. Venezuelans are flooded all throughout
Hey,
South and
hey,
Central America because they
when
have been
did Trump
fleeing.
grant them
They
that?
have
When
been
did Trump grant
fleeing.
them that protection?
It was on his way out, by the way.
Yeah. So do you remember when? You remember when he did it?
On his way out.
Nope. Nope. It was the last day he was in office.
The very last day.
So what do you? I'm confused as to what you're trying to say
We
with
can't.
with Trump
The only thing
with Trump granting that to Venezuelans on his last day. Are you saying it's a bad thing that he did that,
I
or
think
are you
it
saying it's
caused
a
an
good
influx of
thing?
migration that you don't like.
No, we're just saying it's weird that he did it and then you're bitching about it and blaming it on Biden.
Oh, I understand.
Did you know throughout history, humans have migrated across this planet for always?
Yep, I've known that.
So it's not really weird when migrants try to migrate, right?
It is weird when we see the spike in illegal immigration that we've seen at the southern border over the last 4 years. Yeah,
Why do
that's
you
weird.
think? Why do you think we've seen immigration from particular countries in South America? Like, why do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? I think that's because they know that they're going to be allowed to do it. Like
Or,
when I talk to
or
the illegal immigrant friends
hey,
that
hey,
I
buddy,
have,
hey, Buckaroo, could it
when I ask them of
possibly be? I
why
can
they came here,
buddy. Do you think
like
it could possibly be that the
the
countries that
best
they're
answer
immigrating
that
from are
I
the ones we helped fucking destabilize in the first
yes,
place?
the best answer that I can give you is from talking to the people that are currently here illegal, that are my friends. There are multiple of them that
Wild
are here illegally,
humans.
and they will tell you exactly why, because they some of them even came here because it was like
Not your friends.
I don't
They're not.
even know if it was going to be better. I just
They're not your
it was just
friends.
there and it was an option. Some fuck
They're not
you.
your
You don't
friends.
fucking know. Fuck
Well,
you,
you
bro.
wouldn't
They
in
are my
general.
friends. Like
Personally
fuck you.
speaking,
Like
I
honestly,
can't
fuck
understand
you.
the
They are my
moment
friends. You
I
don't
would
know
vote
shit
against
about my relationship with them. Fuck you. Don't
you.
say they're
I'll
not
just
my friends. They are
about
my
them.
friends. Like
Oh,
get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? They're not my
It's
friend.
like me saying
Fuck you.
bitches love me. All these bitches are my friends.
No, it's like
that's
saying
true though.
don't pretend to understand the relationship that you know nothing about. That's
You
what it's
voted
like
against
saying.
their well-being. They're obviously not very good friends if you're willing to throw them under the bus.
And call them
You don't
illegals.
even you don't even
You voted
know.
against their well-being.
You don't deport your friends. Also, Tic Tac's so cute as a cookie.
So wait,
Thanks.
they can't be my friends if I vote a certain way. Then you're the problem.
You voted against their well-being. You
If I
grapefruit.
vote a certain way, they can't be my friends. You're the
I
fucking
also
problem.
generally
This
don't
whole
call my
ideology.
friends illegal.
If they're in a country illegally, they don't have legal status. Yes, of course you call
So
them.
you voted to get rid of
What
your
are you talking
friends.
about? What are you talking
Thank you
about?
for
Hey, we
being
can
a
still be friends,
friend.
but I want you to leave. Deport. I want you ripped away from your family, but we can still be friends, right? Besties?
For
Yeah,
sure.
I would hope you would expect
Hey,
your friends to respect.
I hope you don't feel too bad when you have to watch your family get ripped
I
apart
would
and sit
hope
back in
that
your own
I would
country.
hope
But we're
that
still
when you
friends,
look at
right?
your friends, you still expect your friends to obey the law. Yeah, right. Got it. Same page.
Do you know
So
what? Do you know what?
you guys
Bro,
implying that somehow that
you
because
you would have
I
turned
want
Aunt
to
Frank
have a
in.
border
Somebody
and
totally ID'd your voice, by the way.
I don't. You guys implying that they're not my friends because I like the idea of American sovereignty and the
Bro,
idea of an
I'm
American
implying that
border?
if this was
It's so
1930,
fucking
you would have turned Anne
ridiculous.
Frank in. That's what I'm
All I'm
implying.
saying is
It's
men
so
famously
ridiculous.
hold other men accountable like their male friends. I'm sure that's really going to work out. But also, you're trying to deport your friends. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Who said I'm trying to deport my friends? Name
Yeah.
one
You
thing. Okay, when did I once say anything
Are your
that
friends
even
undocumented?
alluded to the fact that I was trying to deport my
Are your
friends?
friends
I have a
undocumented?
lot of undocumented friends. I've never
Okay.
once tried to
Who'd you
deport them.
vote for?
Who'd you vote for?
I could
Who'd you
easily
vote
fucking
for?
do so. Listen, I could
Who'd you vote
Georgia
easily,
guy?
for?
if I wanted to
Who
deport
did
you,
you
I
vote
could
for?
easily take, no, shut the fuck
Who'd you
up. I
vote
could
for?
easily take
Who'd you vote
actions
for?
that would get them deported. But do I
Who'd you
do
vote
that?
for?
No, I don't fucking
Who
do
did you
that.
vote for?
This is a
Who
false
did
equivalency.
you vote for?
I've already told you who I supported.
So
Are
you
you
did
that
take
retarded
action
that
to
you don't
get them
remember?
deported. And way to slur.
No, way to remember what I said when I
I
first got
know
in
what
here.
you said, you goon,
Hey,
but you
okay.
said, I didn't take any action to get them deported. You voted for Trump. You took action to get them deported.
This is a false equivalency.
Literally his platform,
You
homie.
vote no. You
Yes.
saying that anyone see
Yes.
this is the problem. This is the problem, and
This is
He
we will
literally
never.
ran on mass
This is why we
deportation,
lost. This is
dude.
why we lost.
You can't.
You can't be fucking serious. You cannot be
You
fucking
can't be
serious.
serious. Honestly, you can't be serious.
Donald Trump ran on nothing but fucking like we're gonna deport 20 bajillion immigrants, fucking mass deportation, get rid of all the immigrants, they're still American jobs.
Have you ever actually listened to Donald Trump talk about
Yes, I
deportation?
have. I've met him. He's a fucking idiot.
All right. So
You missed your chance,
if you've
bitches.
actually listened to him talk about
I
deportation,
have listened to him talk.
what does he focus on when he talks about deportation?
Brown people.
No, you're a fucking idiot if
he
you
wants
think
to get
that.
rid of all the bad genes and genetics in this country, all the
You're a
vermin that
fucking
are
idiot.
poisoning the blood of our country.
You're a
Do you think
fucking idiot if you actually think that.
that's what he said?
No,
says it.
listen to what he actually talks about. You're just proving that you have
Wait,
no idea what he actually
he
has
didn't
said.
say
Poisoning
that?
the blood of our
Again,
country.
again. If
Hey, look, here's me.
any of you guys have
right
actually
here.
listened
Hey, this
to
is
what
me
Donald
right here.
Trump has
This is
talked
Donald
about
Trump.
when he's talked about this
Me,
issue, you're just
Donald
proving
Trump.
your ignorance. You're proving your ignorance.
Donald Trump. Me,
Literally proving
Donald
your
Trump.
ignorance right now.
I have listened to him. I have seen him. I have been within 3 inches of the man.
Yep,
All
and
he
you're
talks
proving
about
that you're
is how fucking undocumented immigrants are poisoning the blood of our
proving
country.
your ignorance, sir.
He literally said,
Listen to the words.
blood of our
Like
country.
this isn't just like a one-off circumstance.
Poisoning the blood
This
of
is
our
not
country.
this is not a got you moment. This is
His exact
this
words.
is something that
His
you can
exact words.
literally tune in
His
for
exact
hours
words.
and hours. These
His
are not.
exact words. Poisoning the blood of our country.
Click the link below. Subscribe.
You're saying this is his word. There is no Trump there, bitch. There's no Trump.
This is an ad. Are you
These
new
are
to the
all
internet?
other people.
This is an ad.
Trump has been very explicit. Very explicit.
You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions.
He's talking about the Democrats right there.
No.
Yeah, he's referring to Democrats.
When did he say
right
Democrats?
No.
They're talking. Yeah, he's
No.
saying the Democrats are poisoning the blood of our in the institutions. The Democrats. Yes, he's definitely
Hold on.
referring to the Democrats.
Hold on. He said the word there. Let's see who he was talking about.
not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4
Oh,
countries
wait,
that we think
are
about.
Democrats ruining South America?
No, he's talking about the Democrats that are poisoning the blood of the country through their
No,
policies.
buddy,
Not just in South
no,
America, bro.
buddy,
Look, man, have an honest
buddy,
It's a good
conversation.
try,
Maybe
but
once in your life.
I'm not buying
What are
that.
you talking about? It's very clear.
buddy.
No. Are you?
Yeah, it's very
Are
clear.
you seriously going to say he's talking about Democrats and not migrants right here?
He's talking about the migrant policy. Yeah, the
No,
Democrat migrant policy.
no.
Of course.
In South
This
America,
is real bad because I know you don't think that, and we all
play
can
it
see through
again.
that. It's not.
Play it again from the
It's
start
embarrassing
and
for
don't
you, man.
interrupt.
Yeah,
He
go
literally
ahead
is
and
talking about.
play it
He's
again,
talking
given
about.
all the
He's
context.
talking about
So go back
people
and
from.
play. Go
Shut
back
up.
and play
He's
all
talking about people from
the
South
last 10
America.
minutes.
We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country.
He's talking about they let.
Shush.
Shut
They
up.
let.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poisoned.
They let
prisons,
their
institutions,
poisoning.
Prisons all over the world. not
Prisons
just
all
in
over the world?
South
Are the
America,
Democrats
not
doing that?
just the 3 or 4
They
countries
let
that we think
their
about.
Are the
poisoning.
Democrats doing
All
that?
over the world, they're coming into
They
our
They're
let.
coming to our country.
From Africa, from Asia. all
Are
over the
Democrats
world.
coming into
Yep.
the country
Nobody's even looking
from
at
Asia
it.
and Africa? Is that who's coming into the country and poisoning the blood? Democrats?
All those
Do
democratic
you
Africans.
do you not want to talk about the fact that he said they
Buddy.
let and they
Buddy.
referring to they before that? Or you're only concerned about one they. You only
Hey,
care about the
What
they
about him
that's
saying they have
convenient
bad
for you.
genetics, bad genes? What about that? Is that Democrats?
I don't know what you're talking about in that regard.
Oh, well, that's a fun one.
Hey, like, this is so disingenuous. Why can't you guys just admit that you guys fucked up? He says some fucked up stuff that is on par with, 1930s Germany, and you're just like, well, no, I'm gonna sidestep that. Hold on, let me
Hold
put
on.
my ice skates on so I can skate
Hold on.
around this.
Hold
Well,
on.
because your guy did enough
Here you
shit
go.
to harm the
Here you go, bub.
country that
Here you go, bub.
people are
on.
willing to stand aside.
Shut up.
And we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now.
Trump is spouting eugenics,
Bad
the
genes.
discredited and immoral belief that planned breeding.
What's
and
the
improving
context of the
species by
conversation?
breeding
Can I hear the?
undesirable
Can I,
genes
Okay,
no,
and
can
how
I
about
hear
this?
the context of the
I'm gonna-
conversation?
I'm
Can
gonna
I
do
hear the
this.
whole conversation?
I'm gonna do this. I'm
Can I
gonna
hear
give you
everything?
I'm gonna give you the opportunity to tell me in what context could Trump say that and it's not bad. Just go ahead. Just make anything.
I would
up.
love to hear. No, I would love to hear the
You
context
have
of the
freedom to make
conversation, so I could
anything up.
actually.
Who has got bad genes?
No, I actually want to understand. See, this is the difference between
No,
you and me.
no.
I don't want to make
He's
anything up.
giving
I
you
want
the
to
opportunity.
understand what he actually meant. So
He's
if
giving
you
you the
are okay with
opportunity
someone
to
just
make a
making,
case for eugenics.
you're,
He's giving you the
if
opportunity.
you're okay with someone just making
Giving
something,
you the
I'm
opportunity
saying I want to
make
hear
a
the
case for
context of the
eugenics.
conversation. I know that's so offensive that I want to hear the context of the conversation. I know
No,
that's
no.
wildly
I'm gonna
offensive for you to hear.
I'm gonna let you go find the context so you can sleep at night. I don't need it. I didn't vote for him.
Yeah, you don't need it. Of course you
I
don't.
mean, like the fact of the matter is,
You've already
dude.
made up your mind.
One, you just won't shut the fuck up for starters at all. Number two, like good goddamn well that he was not referring to Democrats when he said the blood of our country, but now you're just trying to backpedal and do anything and fucking everything that you can.
What was he
Shut
referring
the
to?
actual fuck up for 5 goddamn seconds, dude. Shut the fuck up. Like,
Well,
all you've done is get up here and fucking gish gallop and try to
Don't
talk
be a
over
pussy.
literally fucking
Easier to
everybody.
take you a
Like,
little
you're
bit more
literally
serious.
still doing right this fucking instant. You're now trying to protect this man and paint him with a fucking sheen of gold, despite the fact that he's already fucking, like, tried to go to war with fucking Denmark and France over fucking Greenland, telling Canada we're gonna fucking annex them, telling Mexico we're gonna fucking annex them. You have to paint this motherfucker in some sheen
my
to make
God.
him more appeasable when you know good goddamn well you fucked up.
Oh, are you done?
You can't, dude. There's a whole collection of these. Like, it's really hard to defend, man. There's a whole collection of these.
No,
He doesn't care to defend him. He's okay with them.
I'm totally yeah. No, I am totally okay with Trump, especially if the contrast is you guys. Like, yeah, no, I'll take Trump any day over you guys.
Okay.
Cool.
So you like fascism?
Oh, you like fascism?
Yes. Whatever you want to throw at me, yes. I like all the things that you want to throw. Yeah. I like fascism. I'm evil. I'm a terrible person. I'm racist. I'm a bigot. Yes. All of those things. Yes.
Those two,
Keep them
yeah.
coming. Keep them coming.
Can I ask you what is migration doing to the country? What's the net negative?
When it comes to migration, no, I
Yeah,
believe we should have
what's
migration, but I believe
non-citizens?
it
What's
could be
undocumented
controlled.
citizens? What is undocumented citizens doing to our country? What's the net negative that we need to clean up?
Do you think there's a point? Do you think there's a point where the volume of which should be concerning to the United States, or
I
do you
love how
think
you
there's
can't
no
answer
point?
If
Hang
we
on,
questions back.
if we
this is a
actually had
legit
an
question.
increase of
Do
population, then
you
I would.
think? Do you think there's any
Can
point?
you answer a single question without trying to ask another question to run away from
All
it?
right, so we're not going to do this.
You
Do you
were
think there's
asked a
any
question.
point?
You are
Shut the
running away from it.
Hold
shut the
on.
fuck up.
Go
Do you
ahead.
think there's
Answer
any
the
point?
question.
Go ahead.
Hang on a second.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Do
Go
you think
ahead.
there's any point where like, all right, we should take account of this as a country and be like, all right, maybe there's a better way that we can do this. So like instead of letting anyone at any point into the country, instead of not being able to know who's in the country at this point,
It's not a thing.
Do we
do
get
you
to
think there's
ask you a
a way
question?
that
Do we get to
do
ask
you
you a
think there's a
question?
better
To answer that?
way?
So your solution to having a bunch of people here that you're like uncomfy with, even though they're not doing anything bad, your solution is just kick them all
I
out.
love Latinos. No, I
Okay, you
love
just kick them all
Latinos.
out. You don't like what you do is like we propose pathways to citizenship, which is encouraging more legal migration too. Like we do that, and we say, hey, look at all these jobs they're filling. Look at all these things they do to our economy. We're going to get $9 trillion of GDP
No, I
growth in the
understand.
next 10
That
years.
wasn't my
In the
question,
next 10
sir.
years,
You didn't answer my
because of
question.
You
non-citizens,
didn't
You
answer
still
and
haven't
anything.
answered my question.
you need to answer
You
what's the
still
net
haven't
negative?
answered
Where are
my
we
question.
hemorrhaging money? Where are we hemorrhaging
The net
anything?
negative is obviously the net negative is obvious economics, right?
Okay, where?
So obvious economics. When you have an influx of a population, it draws down the amount of uh, capital that people are willing to expend to produce commodities, right?
No.
So people get paid less. Yeah. So
No.
No,
the more readily you
no,
can, the more.
no,
Right.
no. And we
So if
know
you
that
guys
that's
are,
not
if
true.
you're
We
going to
know that's not
deny the
true
basic, if you're
because
going to
real
deny
and
basic
nominal
market,
wages have done nothing but increase over the last 4 fucking years.
was a fucking inflation, dude.
No.
Yes. What are you talking about? No.
No.
Yes.
What do
I
you
will simply say yes. Of course,
how
the
how
wages
many
have
migrants,
increased. It's because of inflation. All
how
right.
many
So answer the
undocumented.
question. I answered your
Okay,
question.
go for
Answer
it.
my
Go for
question.
it.
I already asked it to you like 4 times.
One more time.
At what point do you say this is something that needs to be addressed? At what point do you say this is something that should be looked at?
At the point at where like maybe they're more than 2% of our population, that's when I would start worrying. Maybe?
Well, they're already more than 2% of our
No, they're
population.
not.
What are you talking about?
They're not.
Maybe at the point where they don't contribute, I don't
Wait,
know,
hang on a second. What do
to
you
social
mean?
security. I'm answering your
Hang on.
question. Shut the fuck up.
No,
Maybe at
I'm
the
not
point where they're
talking to
not
you. I'm
contributing
responding to
billions
the
of dollars
gentleman
to
that
social
just.
security, to Medicare, Medicaid. Maybe when they're
Can I
not.
ask? Can I ask? He said it. You didn't. I'm asking him. I know
I
this is
also have
hard for
asked you
you.
questions that you've not answered too. So
Right. But I'm ignoring you and I'm talking to him. So I know it's hard.
Well, then I can just continue to engage with you if you want to do that.
You can when we'll get nowhere. But
No, I mean, in
all
that
right,
case,
I'm trying to ask him a question on what he just said. He just said something. I'm trying to ask him about it. Is that okay? Or are we not able to do
Okay,
that?
I know what question you're going to ask. It's on the screen. Here's our data from the
Right. Right.
DHS.gov.
So
We have
I shouldn't
11.5
even,
million.
you already know.
We have 11.5 million
You gotta answer
2018. We have 10.9 million 2022. Where are we? Like, is it just out of control now that we have less than Trump did, or what?
You didn't answer the question. Is there a point?
the irony.
So you're saying at the point where's the tipping line for you?
It's way above 2%. It's way above.
Okay,
In fact,
again,
we're
you
in
said
population
2%,
decline.
2% of what? 2%
Our population.
of what? 2% of our population being what?
Undocumented.
All right. So your point is like America 300 and say 70 million people,
50.
or say round it up to 400. Say 400. You're saying when we get to the point where we have undocumented of 8 million people, that's where you're drawing the line, and then you're
No.
gonna have a problem with it.
No, not really. Like even then, like I would just say, okay, what are the metrics? What are we looking at? Is our GDP decreasing? Are we spending too much money in
Okay.
taxes? Are we losing jobs? None of that's true. It's all
All right.
positive, all
So
of it,
so you
unless you know
don't
something
really
I don't.
have a point.
No,
So
you
you
don't have a
don't
point.
really have.
You've been fear-mongered, and you're like, why don't you have this emotional feeling when you think about migration? It's because I just know the numbers, I know the data. You just like have this weird chewing like gum thing, where you're just
So
like,
2% is
it's
not
bad.
true, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that
You're
right
saying
now
you gave me the answer of 2%, but that's
we're.
not actually a true statement for you.
It is
That's not
true.
what he
And
said.
It is
what you're
true.
saying is no, it's not, because you just said that it wasn't true. You're saying that 2% doesn't really mean anything.
It
That
doesn't.
was literally the last
You're
statement that
crying
you
about
just said.
2%, and I'm illustrating to you that 2% is not big at all. It's nothing. It's about the
Right.
same
You're
as we've
saying that
had.
2% is not where you draw the line.
Right.
I asked you where you draw the line. You said
10.
2%,
How
and you
about 10?
said,
I'll draw it at 10 because we're in population
right.
decline. Did you know
All
that?
right. So do you draw the
He
line at
said very
10%, or are you
above
just
this.
saying that and this is another lie?
He
I'll draw
said way above 2%.
way
That's what he
above.
said.
Right. So is this just another lie, and we're going to have to deal with something later on, or
Are you
do
just
you
stuck?
actually mean what you said?
I think you're actually stuck. No, I think you're trying to get me in a gotcha because there's nothing
It's not a
like there's
gotcha.
no
I'm just
pain.
trying to get
There's
some
like
honesty out of you.
this is what politicians do. Like this is what people should
No,
do,
I'm just
right?
trying to get
We
something that's true out of
No,
you.
you're this is what we should do. We should look at where we have a problem and then we address the problem like, "Oh no, there's crime. Let's fix that." Instead, you guys are like, "How can we say immigrants are bad?" Like you're still trying to figure it out.
I don't.
I have
I'm
never
sorry for you for thinking
violence
that
against
about
someone
people
so
that
badly.
disagree with your opinion. However, that's not the case. And
Tell me
again,
how.
I would say, is 10% where you draw the line, or is that just another lie?
No, back up, back up.
Okay, it's 10% for me and it's I'm going to stand true on it. Go ahead with your
So
point.
why 10% then?
Because we are in population decline. And there's other countries
Okay.
who have like 30, 40% like migrant population. We're not even close.
If you have 30 or 40% migration population increase in your country, do you think that's sustainable, or do you think that's just a phenomenon?
Sometimes countries thrive off of immigration. Some people like actually advertise, like countries advertise for migrants to come. They'll pay you to
We've done
come.
Doctor,
that. We've done that.
Generally,
We do it quite a bit, actually.
yeah, generally it's not a sustainable practice. You can't
Why do you
have
say that?
30 or 40.
What
Because it saved cities.
it's yeah, like Springfield,
Why do I
Ohio.
say that?
They saved Springfield, Ohio. They bolster the economy everywhere they go.
Why do I
Imagine
say that? Because it's not a metric that is able to be sustained.
okay,
Prove
in
it.
what way?
Source.
In what way? Can you just tell me what like are you just
You
making this
can
up?
you can't, because here's why it's not able to be sustained, because if every country had 30 to 40% immigration growth, that would mean that the world was completely unpopulated and in the negative. So mathematically, it's not able to be sustained.
You're a moron.
Yeah, maybe I'm a moron, but
Or
you don't
actual
understand math.
Oh my goodness. Do you really trade like are you a stock trader?
I usually do more derivatives, futures, options, that type of thing. But yeah,
Stick with that.
yeah, making money's terrible.
Put the fries in the bag, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I understand math.
I
So
I don't get that
difficult.
feeling from you, but okay.
Yeah,
It's
that's
so
not the
difficult
impression
to
I get.
understand the fact
Not the
that
impression I get.
you can't continue a rate
Not
of
the
forty
impression I get.
percent immigration from the entire world and think that that's a realistic and sustainable rate. I'm sorry that I think that.
You're sitting here when we have 2% of our population, not an increase, just a 2% of our population flat. And it's been that way for the last 10 years. When is it going to get to 30, bro? Are you guys ready to pull the trigger and hurt everybody so it doesn't get to 30 right now when they're
For a
helping our
man
economy?
with such an average-looking goatee, I expect so much more from you.
If that's you honestly think that we've been at 2% for how long have in your delusional reality, how long have we been at 2%?
Right here it says 2018. As far as I want to go back, I don't care how long we've been at 2%. Honestly, we need
Yeah,
more. We're not
2018.
having kids anymore. We're not having kids. We need these people.
Yeah, for the last 7 years we've been at 2%.
Yeah, so it's
Hasn't
not a
increased
problem.
whatsoever.
So
Oh,
it's not a
weird.
problem.
The problem is that you're delusional if you believe that.
I have the numbers right here, bub.
Yeah, you got the numbers right there. You're delusional
From
if you believe
Department
that
of
to be
Homeland
true.
Security. You're delusional if you don't believe all of the data I've shown you tonight. It's really weird. It's what you guys have to resort to when you have no facts on your side.
The facts are so wait, all right.
Before you say the facts
Do
are, provide
you
a source.
do you think that border crossings have increased over the last few years or they've gone down?
They've increased.
All right. So you're saying I have no facts on my side.
Do you know what else increased?
You agree?
Do you know what else increased?
The
Deportations.
population.
Deportations. We increased deportations.
The deportations that have increased. So the deportations have increased on such a scale that it accounted for all of the crossings. Is that what you're saying?
We have
Biden
probably
has
about
deported more than
13.2
one
million
class.
people here, is what the estimate is. 13.2, which is roughly 1.7 million more people, which still, in a country of 350 million
13.
people, it's
All
not that
right.
many people.
So we have 13.2 million people here that are accounted for that have passed through
No, undocumented.
they're accounted for though. They're documented in the sense that
You
they
think,
have gone through a point of entry at some
do
point. They've
you
had an
think,
interaction
Jeff,
with
hey, do you
someone.
think
They've been documented
undocumented
in some
immigrants,
way, shape, or form. We're not
do
talking about the
you
people that have
think,
come here that
do
didn't
you
go through that
think
process.
that
So there are people
undocumented
outside of
immigrants
that process.
means that we just don't know they're here? Is that what you think
What
undocumented
I
immigrants
just
means?
literally explained it, bro.
I asked you a
So
yes or no question.
we're talking about the 13 million people that he just referred to, and we agree that they came here. They don't necessarily have legal they don't have a visa. They don't have um, a shared agreement with another country that allows them to come into the country, right?
Yeah.
They're
And this
here.
all worries you?
However,
This worries you to death?
this doesn't include all of the people that have come into the country that were not encountered by border
I
controls,
would
right?
like to point out,
It
Pickle,
doesn't
real quick,
include any of the
that
people
Then
his
add
future
that have
investment
just
then add
is an
1.5
MLM, by
million.
the way.
Add 1.5
okay.
million to that number. It's still fine. I still don't care.
You're
They
you're
still
saying
bolster our economy.
so you're saying there's 13 million here that may or may not have legal status depending on how you define it.
Right?
And then there's another 1.5 million. Where are you getting the 1.5 million from?
Gotaways. That's the estimated amount of gotaways.
So it's like a guess.
Yeah, we'll never know. There's no one ever able to tell us how many
Right. So
gotaways.
it could be 5 times that amount or half that.
It could be five.
Or it could
divided.
be 5 times less.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
It could be
5 times less.
it could be 5 times less or 20 times the amount.
It could be 20 times less.
For this argument to work, I guess we're going
Yeah.
to have to exaggerate. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is it doesn't do any good to a government or a governing body to, especially a governing body that has taken the stance that you're taking, that
Bro,
this
you
is
think
just
Canada's
good.
number.
The more the merrier, right? Right.
Yeah,
So like
like if there's an
the
actual
Biden
problem,
governing
we should
body
fix it
was like the more
pragmatically.
the merrier.
Wait, if there's a
So
problem,
it
we could
wouldn't
fix it.
be in. It
But
wouldn't
Shut the fuck
behoove.
up.
this is what you guys want to do. You guys want them to feel pain. You don't want to fix the problem. Like fixing the problem, giving them immigration status, give them background checks, give them citizenship. Like that would be fixing the problem. We would know who they are. They're here. They're paying taxes. That's fixing the problem. You guys want them to hurt. You want them to feel pain. You want them to leave.
Well, no. When this is a great point. This is a good point because no, the fixing the problem would mean that. So, like the United States has a process. So, if you live in another country, you are in South America, Central America, somewhere, and you want to come to the United States,
Always below
and
the southern
you
border, never the northern one.
all right. So again, if you're somewhere, wherever you are, but you want to come to the United States, if you have a problem with me saying Central America, South America, whatever your deal is, bro.
Hold them to
But
your friends now.
if you want to come to the United States, what would your first thing that you would do? You would look at how do I legally get to the United
You
States,
don't
right?
fucking know because you don't know
You're not
asylum
gonna.
laws. You don't know. Elon didn't do that. Talk about expired visas. What the fuck are you doing?
What are
Did you know that
talking
60% of our
about?
undocumented
Of
migrants here are from
course.
expired visas, like and overstayed visas
Oh,
who
so
flew
we're
in?
not actually going to talk about like what a good immigration system should look
You
like. We're
just
just
hate on
here to
brown
like
people. Shut up.
we're just
Trump doesn't have a plan for
so
that. He just says build a wall. That's not an immigration system.
You know,
it's a good
are
start.
are you at all familiar with how the immigration system works? I am.
It's a good start.
Are you at all familiar with how the
Don't you think a
immigration system works?
border
Yes
don't
or
you think a
no?
border and a point of
Are
entry
you at
is a
all
good start to
familiar
an
with
immigration
how the
system?
immigration system works? Yes
Well,
or no?
how is a border and a point of entry not a good
Yes
start?
or no?
Yeah. How is a border and a point of entry not a good
Explain
start?
how the immigration system in this country works.
How is a border and a point of
Explain
entry
to me how
not a
the
good
immigration
start?
system in
As
this
soon as
country
you
works.
answer the question I just asked.
Dude, you have literally refused to answer a single fucking question one
Yeah,
fucking
because you guys are so fucking bad faith. You
How
especially.
does
You're
the
so
immigration
ridiculously bad
system
faith.
in this
You're
country work?
so bad faith. Of course, a
How does it
border and a
work?
point of entry is
How does it work?
necessary for a country's
I'm not
border.
talking about the border, you fucking idiot. How does the immigration system in this country work?
You can keep asking the
How does it
same
work?
question, and I'm not going to go down this stupid road that you're trying to get me to go
Because you
down.
don't fucking know.
You don't know
No,
anything.
it's because I'm not playing your dumb games that you're playing.
Because you
I've asked
don't
you a
know.
question that you refuse to answer. I can simply say, because you don't know. Do you want me to simply repeat because you don't know? Because you don't know? No, I would sound just as stupid as you sound.
Then answer a single fucking question.
Exactly. Answer a single fucking question that I asked because you sound stupid. You don't know.
You so stupid.
How does the immigration system in this country work?
Exactly. Answer the question that I asked. You don't even fucking know. You sound stupid. You're not going to answer the question? Answer the
How does the
question.
immigration system in
You
this
sound
country work?
stupid. You sound stupid. This is the legitimacy that your
How
argument has.
the
It's
immigration
so
system in this
ass.
country work?
Okay. All right. I'm going to tell you why the wall doesn't work now.
Okay.
All right. Have you heard of a law? It's called 8 USC 1158.
I don't know by that law. I mean, I might have heard of it, but I don't know by that.
All right.
By
We're
the
gonna
code
draw
of
the
the law.
border. Here's the border wall. And of course it's on our land, so here's the border. Here's Mexico. Here's US. Here's a little man trying to get across. Hello. He steps over the US border. Now he's stuck. He can't get past the wall. But a US Customs Border Patrol agent says, "Hey, what are you doing, dude? Get out of here." And he goes, "I claim asylum." And then he goes, "Oh, fuck. Okay, then you come back. You come over here. We'll go around the wall. I'll hold your hand. In fact, you can continue climbing and we'll pay your medical bills if you get hurt." That's why it doesn't work. Every person who steps over the border, all they have to do is say, "I'm in threat of my life. I'm in fear of my life." That's why it doesn't work. And then they come
No,
out
I
with
understand.
chainsaws.
I understand.
Home Depot
No,
exists.
I understand this.
Home Depot is a thing. They can just get right back. There's 4-year-olds scaling the wall in 26 seconds flat. It's not gonna work. It's just this big liability.
I totally agree with the idea that the asylum laws have been taken advantage of, and they need to be enforced
No,
differently.
Nope.
Yeah.
no, they have not been
What?
taken
Hang on.
advantage
Hang
of.
on. Hang on. Hang on. What he just
No,
described. What
they have
he
not
just
been taken
described.
advantage of.
Hang on a second.
No,
He.
they have
Okay.
not been taken advantage
Don't
of.
hang on a second. Don't allow
No.
someone else to say something that you
Shut
don't want to
up,
hear.
dude. Shut the actual
Continue
fuck
on.
up. You have not done that at all. You've literally interrupted both me and Pickles and Tic Tac while he was still up here.
Carry
You've
on.
developed. You've fucking gone on like down
Carry on.
rabbit holes without refusing to answer fucking questions.
Carry on.
All you have literally fucking done
Carry
is
on.
refuse to let anybody fucking talk.
Make
You have
your
not
point.
answered a single fucking question. You continue
your
to fucking
point.
gaslight and make bullshit the fuck up. You don't know goddamn anything about anything.
You have a point? Make your point. Do you have a point? Or are you just here yelling?
I'm just gonna do this.
The laws have been the same since 1952, and there's a 30% acceptance rate of asylum seekers. And at the gate, there's a 35% accept. So, like, even fewer. They're not being abused.
How long does it take your average asylum seeker today to actually see their day in court?
6 to 7 years, and we're trying to hire more judges, which Trump stopped. That would have made it down to 6 months, which also would have been a deterrent.
So what is
Stop fucking interrupting people in the middle of fucking sentences, dude.
Go ahead.
What does that mean? What does that mean practically for someone that's coming into the country illegally that knows that all they have to do is claim asylum, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to
What does that,
report
what
within
does
1
that do
year.
practically?
And then they see a court date typically between 5 and 7 years.
Practically, what does that do for anyone that has a wild hair up their butt that wants to come to the United States? They come to the United States. All they have to do is have a wild hair up their butt and get into the country.
So when they do that, do we background check them? Do we get their name? Yes. So your grievances are gone. Your grievances are non-existent in this system.
Well, no, my grievances are still there.
Which ones?
When it comes to the idea that why should those people have a different status than everyone else that wanted to come
here? Different immigration pipeline. They do not affect people who immigrate to this country in any other fucking way. It's a completely separate fucking pipeline that is completely fucking separate.
It's still a pipeline to entrance into legality within the United States, right?
So you hate legal migration now too?
Where did you get that from?
Because the asylum system is a legal way to seek my immigration status. You don't like it when they do it legally?
No, I don't like the abuse of the asylum system.
Why do you think it's being abused?
So you don't think it's abuse? I definitely think it's abuse.
And
so like
how is
the
that
asylum
hurting you?
system,
You don't know the asylum.
How is that hurting you?
The asylum system exists for a specific reason, right?
Because we destabilize the fucking southern border? Like, what are you talking about?
No, you're wrong. That's not why.
Oh, okay. You're gonna get real aggressive with a lady, okay? No, but you can just admit. You can just admit that you don't want all of the women that are around you to finally find a guy who can salsa dance. You can just say it. Also,
why does the asylum system
mod announcement? Shut up! Don't make me mute you. Mod announcement, guys. We haven't moved from 246. I absolutely can muzzle you at any time. You don't want this intellectual cannibalism. I promise you.
I said you can mute me anytime you want.
Okay,
it doesn't
fine.
answer the
I guess
question
I'll be forced to do it, you fucking pay pig. Okay, guys, if you could just real quick tap the screen aggressively. Also, please share the live out. We're only at 490.
Are you going to answer the question or no?
Are you going to shut the fuck up when a woman is talking? Thank you. Guys, we also have a gift goal. We are 1/5 of the way there.
No answer.
Oh my God. Guys, if we could just get Pickles up to 300K real quick, I think we could probably find a new guest.
Or you could just answer the question. You wouldn't have to find a new guest.
The irony of you saying somebody needs to answer a question.
Right, just answer the question. God forbid we have to deal with irony.
We've had you up for an hour. We're going to go with the next guest. I'm getting fatigued.
I'm going to go lobotomize myself.
Enjoy. I'm jealous.
Catch you later, man.
All right. ELO.
Hello. You're right, love.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Am I what, sorry?
I'm
Trump
sorry?
supporter. Am I a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
100%, absolutely. And I'm from England. Absolutely, 100%. You do not know what you're getting yourself into by even being this way. You're so far left, you so up your asses that you don't even know what you're getting yourselves into.
Okay.
And I'm from England. I'm from England, so believe me, I know what I'm talking about.
You guys are way further left than us. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous to me how you can even talk like this about a person that's trying to make your country better. Biden, what has Biden done for you for 4 years? What has he
I can
done
tell
to
you.
your country and your economy? What has he done for you?
Excellent stuff. He's been the most productive president we've had in like 50 years.
Productive? He hasn't even been. He's not even. Are you serious? Really?
I'm very serious. Like, this is where it
So
comes
you're
down
telling
to.
me he's been productive?
This
So
is what
do
it
you
comes
mean
down
he's
to.
been productive? He's been
People
productive,
who
or do you mean
believe
the people or do you mean the deep states behind him, like Obama and every the deep state? Because Obama not even he hasn't even been there. Biden, not at all.
Okay, this is silly. Let's talk about actual politics, not fifth grade lunch
Like
table
politics, then
stuff.
let's go to politics. What do you want to talk about
Okay,
politics?
can you name one thing Trump did that was good? Because I can list a whole bunch of accomplishments Biden's done. Can you name one thing he did?
Absolutely, absolutely. He got in 2016. He was politically persecuted. I can say that because a lot of people over here have
What did
been
he do that was
politically
good? That's not
persecuted
a
as
good
well.
thing.
What's it? Well, inflation were down,
What did he do to do that?
right? He stopped. Was the one war in his
Hold
power?
on.
What's the
Hold
one
on.
war going
What
on?
did he do to reduce inflation?
Sorry?
What did he do to reduce inflation?
Well, I'm not an economist, am I?
You don't know?
I'm not an economist.
You don't know?
But
Okay,
inflation was down, was it not? Was it not?
This is
And then the
why.
pandemic
Hold
started.
on.
Then the pandemic. It's a
Rainey?
little bit funny though, isn't it? The
Rainey?
pandemic
Let's
started
take turns talking.
when Trump was, going to get re-elected. Do you know what I'm saying?
It was a worldwide
And it's a
pandemic.
little bit funny over here as well. Politics over here is getting a little bit shambles as well.
All right.
Do you know what I'm saying? A little bit dodgy, a little bit funny.
Did y'all get inflation too?
So
Did y'all have inflation?
we are.
Did
Well,
Biden
we're
do that?
screwed at minute. We're
Did Biden
screwed
do
at
that?
minute. We're screwed at minute.
What?
We're absolutely screwed at minute. Have you seen politics that we've got over here?
Okay, so
Drumming gang scandals.
Can you please talk to me? Let's have a conversation.
Okay. Have you seen what's going on over here at minute?
Okay, yeah. If you obfuscate everything and you just like squint your eyes and blur everything, you don't know anything. Yeah, you can paint the picture that everything's so bad and that it's
Well, I'll
Biden's
tell
fault.
you something. I will tell you something. A lot of things have changed. Over in England has been very worrying for us, for our politics. Everything is so far left. It's unreal, right? It's scary.
You're just talking generalities. Can we just talk
No,
about things?
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. And do you know what? Trump isn't even in yet. So you're saying Trump sucked before he's even got in. He hasn't even got in yet. But you've had 4 years of him, so you know he's not as bad as what he's saying. You know, right? It's so ridiculous to me. It's so ridiculous to me. He's already had 4 years in power. The spew. Oh, sorry, the view. Sorry, the view. Right, view. Call him a Nazi and everything. Sonny, right? Who would call him everything. Right? Her husband now. Right? Is up for the worst of a possible fraud her husband can be, and she's supposed to be a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? Supposed to be, and she's calling him a Nazi. Nasty. You've got Whoopi Goldberg saying thrown downstairs. They're so nasty. The left is so nasty towards the people, and do you know why? Do you know why? Because they can't fight it right. They can't just be normal people and have a debate and say, "Well, I don't agree with this and I don't agree with that." They have to name call.
Have you
You have to name call.
Have you seen a decorum like a good debate from Trump? Have you ever seen him talk and handle things
Listen, right,
like a gentleman?
Listen, right. Trump is Trump. You've seen our British humour, haven't you? We've got our British humour. Trump is Trump, but so was Boris Johnson. He was a politician. He was funny. You know, you know, he had his little things. He got, you cringe a little bit. So what? That's human. That's called being human. So what has Harris done? She sits with a teleprompter, talks into it, and goes, "We have been burdened by what has been." What does that even mean to people?
It's a very good quote.
What we have been unburdened by what has been?
Yeah.
Well, what have you been burdened by?
I don't know.
By better. So you tell me, right? So all of America are saying they lived a better life in the Trump years. Why do you think they've already voted him back in? They are saying, right, they lived better quality of life through Trump than 4 years.
Before
right?
COVID,
better
life
quality
was better.
of life.
Before COVID, life was better. You guys are
So,
saying this
yeah,
to Trump.
but Trump was in COVID, so was Boris Johnson over here.
Every time I ask people for how Trump benefited things like inflation, gas prices, grocery price, any of that, you don't have an answer because that's all he's campaigned on. You just know that talking point.
So
you don't know anything
you
he
tell
did.
me then. Give
Nothing.
me an answer. Give me an answer. How is Biden? So through Biden Harris's years, how was your life better?
Okay, so Biden, he invested in historic levels of infrastructure. $1.2 trillion in infrastructure, the biggest thing since Eisenhower's highway system. That was a long time ago. The thing Trump promised he would do day one, never did it. Biden did it. Same thing with healthcare. Trump never had a healthcare plan. Never. He ran on it. Said he was going to build a wall. Never got it done. Never did anything. He golfed 200 times. He didn't do anything.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'm English, right? And I probably know more about your history than what you do then.
I doubt it.
Because Trump built that wall, right? It was building the wall, yeah? And then we got locked down, through COVID, yeah? In 2020, do you remember?
Yeah.
Then it were postal votes, not like normal votes, yeah? And then so many votes come in, so Trump was out, that was it. They took the wall down. How many illegal immigrants have come over your border since then?
We have a 1,600-mile border. Guess how many?
And how many?
Guess how many? Guess how many miles?
The wall.
Guess how many miles Trump built? How many miles do you think Trump built?
Didn't say about 1,000. I don't know, but 1,800 miles, 1,800,000.
That's close. That's close.
I'm not even interested.
That's very close. It's 52 miles.
Right, 52 miles. Right, okay, I'm that close, whatever. But
yeah, it's not
irrelevant, really, isn't it? It's your border.
Nothing.
It's your sovereignty. It's sovereignty. So murderers are coming in. People are getting tortured. People are getting tortured and murdered. Right?
It's not true. No.
Is it not true? So are you going to tell me that in England, right? We haven't got grooming gangs over here, and that's not true. Are you going to tell me that as well?
So how many people do you think? How many people do you think got murdered?
Are you going to tell me that as well,
ma'am? How many people?
Or the mainstream media going to tell you what you want to believe?
I don't watch media. I just look at the data. How many people were killed by migrants?
You're looking at what? Well,
how many people were
did the
killed by
data say on the
migrants?
polls? Okay, fair dues.
How many people were killed by migrants last year?
Right. Well, I'm not American, am I? So I don't know. But what did your polls tell you? Who was going to win this? Who going to win this election by a mile off?
That's what I thought. You don't know anything.
What did the polls tell you?
Yapping.
So what did your polls tell you? What did your data tell you?
So you just look at the polls?
That Harris was going to get it by a mile off because she's so like, she's amazing. She's like, everybody's like, just, I don't even get it. Why you?
Dude, I literally can't do it. I watched a whole season of, what's that fucking reality TV show? Love Island? And I can't do it. I can't. The Love Island UK, I watched 52 episodes. I can't do it, guys. It's just... it's just early days. Not sure yet. Fuck. It's just early days. Hello?
What's up, Pickles?
What's up, man?
What's going on, bro? You still on the anti-Trump train?
I am anti-Trump train, yes, sir.
I saw you turned your like to subscribers only. I saw everybody and their mom turn to subscribers only after that day. Like, nobody wanted to face the wrath.
Yeah.
Of the Trump, all the Trump supporters.
Oh, on the win?
Yeah. So like all of you guys who were like, Kamala's for sure got this. Like you guys all turned off your comments to subscribers only. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah.
So, hey, I just had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you and the people who are like you, who use these like statistics, like these very like cherry pick statistics, and like go on and on about like how Trump is the worst guy on the planet and how Kamala and Biden are the best. Like you guys cherry pick, kind of put these. Like, do you honestly think that you're just smarter than every single day-to-day person? Like, maybe you know more facts, but do you feel like their reality is not actually real? That they can't really realize what their reality is, and they're just able to not see the reality, so they must be, blind.
Can you think of a point
You're
in time
smarter.
do you think that there's ever been a point in time in history around the world where certain political parties are propagandized to vote someone in and someone bad gets voted in?
You're gonna tell me that in America, Trump could have propagandized anything more than Kamala Harris and
Yeah.
Biden,
Yeah.
bro?
Yeah, like we were just talking about it. Like she's like, all the murderers coming through. We have the data that shows that's not true, right? Unless you have data. Like you call my data cherry pick. Show me the counter
that
data.
up because it's like they say it shouldn't happen. Like it's
Yeah, I know. Like that's what you have to land on because it turns out 63,000 haven't been murdered by migrants.
No, I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think that was ever true. Or like I'm not arguing that, but I think it's just easy to say it because like if somebody were like if a stranger walked into your home and punched you in the mouth, it's like oh it's only one guy. Like no, it's like he shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Right. And what you guys are doing, like that guy was a black migrant Muslim. We're banning all migrants, all Muslims, and all black people. That's what you guys are doing.
Who's you guys? I don't
You
think
guys
that.
take one piece of data, one person, and tokenize them and use them for political propaganda. Yeah.
And the left doesn't do that.
Name an instance.
I honestly don't even want to like utter names or get into it, but like trust me, it happens. And especially when it comes to incidents with
this is a debate.
Involving,
we're going to
involving
stop doing the
police.
trust me thing. You got to tell me. This is for the sake of our debate. You can tell me, but I don't think it's true. No. Like politicizing someone's death, it's fucked up. That's what Trump's doing.
You can't really you can't be serious right now.
I'm as serious as a heart attack.
Don't tokenize people's deaths.
Give me an example.
I don't even want to say it, man, but you know what I'm thinking.
No.
It's so many times that it's happened over and over, and it's funny because it happens during political seasons where
you're talking about school shootings.
No, there's light shed on, police,
brutality.
Police killing people. Yeah. So it's only highlighted during election seasons and election periods. So you can't say that they're the only ones tokenizing people. I don't doubt that I'm not saying that they're not doing it, but you can't say that the left doesn't do it.
The data shows that this is a trend. That's where we can say and justify our stance on this. Yes.
No, so see, you're going into like me trying to say that I'm denying anything. What I'm trying to tell you is that it happens because they tokenize these incidents just the way that they would.
No, we say, hey, this is the amount of people who were unjustly killed by police officers.
So wait, so you're saying the same thing. You're saying the same thing that you sound exactly like they do.
How
the
many
people on the right who are tokenizing Lincoln's death.
Lincoln Riley?
Yeah. So you sound just like them. Like, oh my God, like the statistically, it's not an event that happens.
Okay,
statistically,
this is what we could have done. This would have been the equivalent, all right? Kamala Harris could have ran on abolishing the police. That would have been the equivalent of Trump saying we're going to deport all people that are of a certain nature because of 29 deaths that happened last year. When out of 17,000, 29's, like the 29 particularly are y'all's favorite. Y'all don't care about anything else.
and it's the same thing with unalivings of minorities. It only matters when it's a white person
No,
doing
when
it.
there's a trend that we can justify this rhetoric with, that's okay. That's
So
good.
is it more than 29?
Let me see. Oh, infectious and kicks are here.
Because if it isn't, then you just proved your point,
We
right?
also pay their
Proved my
salaries. This is something that we can we can fix, right? Like if police are brutally killing unarmed people, that is something we can fix by like training and like paying police officers more,
See,
like
look, you
more
just turned.
funding.
Look, can I tell you?
And you guys are like, all migrants are bad. They're
Who's
poisoning the
you
blood of our
guys?
country. Trump, you're the guy you voted for. You're like, I like this. The guy that says these people are poisoning the blood of our country. They have bad genetics. That they're
Sorry,
vermin. That's the rhetoric I'm talking about. If you can tell me where Kamala or any other candidate, like political candidates, calling police officers that or saying all police officers are bad, I'd love to hear it.
So when you right now you just mentioned. Sorry, I kind of lost track of what you were saying, but you were saying something right before this. I tried to interject. How did you start off that? You were saying that they don't tokenize it, or they don't try to say that it's a trend, or they didn't run on it. Did you forget 2020? Like Kamala ran on, defunding police and
No, she didn't.
allowing people to loot. She actually said people are going to do what they're going to do. Like people are going to
tell me
do
where
what
she
they're
said she's going to defund the police.
I'm not sure if she said it, but
She didn't say it.
She's in the same camp of the people who were running on defunding police.
You're in the same camp as Nazis. I don't care.
No, I'm not in the same. I'm not in the same because this is the thing. You're okay. This is what I was going to interject with. All right, so you just painted me with this super broad brush, which is fine. You just basically try to tell me that okay, you are for like the police, and you're not mad that police are unaliving people. It's like, bro, of course I am. Of course I know it's a problem. What I don't understand is why is it treated as if it's only happening to a particular person or a particular group of people when it happens way more than it should across the board. It just shouldn't happen at all. There's white people who get unalived by police, like unarmed white people. Like it happens. It's a problem across the board.
Okay, what do you know? Do you know that people of color have a 15% higher rate of sentencing than white people? Do you think that there's any racial injustice there?
Oh yeah, I mean,
What
if
about exoneration rates? 50%.
is it for first offenses? It probably actually is.
What about exoneration rates for black and brown people? Do you know those are higher because they're wrongfully accused of things? Is this not painting a picture for you?
I don't doubt that there's more kind of a tougher stance on minorities by some white judges. I don't doubt that at all.
It's not just by the white judges; it's by the police.
But I said white
That's the
judges.
problem.
So are you saying that it's also black judges? Because we're trying to build a case for
Yeah.
racism.
Have
how
you
this
met?
country's racist,
Have you
right?
heard of Clarence Thomas?
Yeah, of course.
Completely black, completely racist.
Wait, Clarence Thomas is a racist against black people?
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's been talking against interracial marriage, even though he himself is interracially married.
Clarence Thomas has self-hate. And yes, he's very prejudiced. I wanted to go back to the comment you said. You made the comment about black people. Damn it. Well, anyway, I'll go ahead with my statement.
Yeah, that happened to me just a second ago. I get it.
The news portrays, and Pickles has the graph or the statistics. Oh, it's a graph that the news shows black people on the news more, so it appears as though that blacks are doing all the crimes and black people are
No,
doing.
that's
Hold on a
just
second. Hold on a second. For one, 17 years law enforcement. I can tell
in
you.
what's in what
Hold
city?
on, hold on a second. I've been in red states. I lived in Texas for 8 years. I was an officer in the state of Texas for 8 years, and I've been an officer in blue states. So I've lived in both red and blue. But a sergeant told my coworker in Texas, arrest more white people so it doesn't look like we're only arresting black people. Verbatim. So don't tell me the news doesn't highlight black people more. So then you all, people that voted for Trump or Trump supporters, can get angry or say these things are happening. Can you pull up your graph, Pickles, the one that shows the news? And he's going to show you this one. Go ahead and show him.
Yeah, so this is how people die: heart disease, cancer, road incidents, all this stuff. And this is homicide. This little gray bar, and this is how it's portrayed in the news.
Media. What does it say? Media coverage at the bottom. What does it say? Media coverage. What?
New York Times, The Guardian.
So highlighting homicides where people are victims more than people dying from what they ate for dinner for the past 30 years is that not more important?
Yes, so like if it bleeds, it leads. You've heard that before, right? So
No, I
even
actually haven't. No.
okay, so if there's blood, it's obviously going to get more clicks and views. If
Okay,
it's
but
a
then
person of
what?
color, it gets even more. And if it's an immigrant, it gets even more. It gets aired for fucking months, for years.
Well, I got a question. So I live in Illinois, and I live near Chicago. I live 20 minutes north of Chicago, and I got a question. So when I look at Chicago, I'm Mexican, by the way. I care deeply about what's going on in the communities that are affecting the people. I grew up in Compton, California. It's a
Well,
rough
I'm from
neighborhood.
I'm
Rough.
from LA. I'm from LA, and you're not gonna come up here and say it's rough, rough, rough. It depends on what parts of Compton you're in. I'm from LA. How
Compton
old?
that I grew up in is what I said. The Compton I grew up
No,
in. Compton is a
you didn't
small
say
place.
you didn't say where I grew up in. You said Compton is a rough, rough.
I
You
said
didn't
that's
say
where
where I
I'm
grew up.
from, the place where I'm from.
Right now, you just keep changing. Anyway, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Okay, I'm 48. So yeah, I'm born and raised LA, but I was raised in Covina or whatever. However,
That's fine.
but I don't do. It
Don't
depends.
tell me what to do. Just
Like anywhere,
let me just
like
tell the man what
anywhere,
I was gonna say.
like anywhere.
She
What
doesn't
you
want to.
but
She doesn't want to hear that. She doesn't want to. She knows where I'm going. You're
Chill, let her
probably
talk.
but what you're doing, because you're getting ready to do it with Chicago, and Pickles also has a graph about that about Chicago. But what you're I don't want you to do is to come up here and say Compton as a whole, because that's not accurate. There's $1 million homes in Compton before you were born. So go ahead
That
and
is.
finish your
There was
statement.
never.
Don't
That's
make a
just not
blanket
true.
statement. That is true.
There was never $1 million home in
Oh yes,
Compton until
you don't know that.
recently.
No. You make just say I wasn't
Okay.
aware of that.
So can I? It's just.
No offense. I'm 48,
I
same age
grew
as
up there.
Story.
Like I grew up
Last time
there.
I was
You're
in
telling me
Compton
something
was when I
about.
was 22, and there were $1 million homes when I was 22.
Oh my God.
That's
Jesus
26 years
Christ.
ago.
Luna Rose, thank you for the 3-month subscription.
There was, I can't even believe you guys. You just made that up. That's insane. But anyways, what I was gonna say, 90% of the unalivings by weapons, by pew pews in Illinois and within the city limits of Chicago are minorities. So is it that we're just highlighting it, or is it actually happening in places like this city? Like, why is it
No,
90%? Why is it
Have you
90%?
ever heard? Okay, Alex, have you ever heard of a correlation causation fallacy?
Is it not 90%?
Can you answer my question? Have you ever heard of a correlation causation fallacy? Do you know what that is?
Vaguely.
It's when you draw a direct conclusion based on base data without looking at statistical data, right? It's when you correlate something that is not a cause.
But I just gave you a statistical
Now,
data.
if you look at the true statistics,
that is
it's not necessarily be. Can I finish speaking without you interrupting?
But
Please?
you're going on about something.
I'm trying to be polite. I was on mute for a very long time. I would just like to get this out quickly. Thank you. Now, if you look at the actual cause of that and you look at the correlating data, it's not minorities, it's poor people. The vast majority of violent crime across the country, doesn't matter what city, doesn't matter what state, doesn't matter what county, doesn't matter where the fuck you are. It's based on poverty, not on race. It just so happens that a lot of people, a lot of minorities, are systematically pushed into poverty. That is the correlation causation fallacy that you're making currently.
No, I think that's just too convenient if you're trying to portray it as just being poor. Because I've been poor, it didn't make me go out and commit crime.
And that's anecdotal. That doesn't speak for everybody in the country.
It's not anecdotal because
that is the definition of anecdotal.
So the reason why I'm
saying that because my story is this way, because my truth is this way, that applies to everybody else.
No, that's a lot of
that
people.
is very much what anecdotal means.
It's not just me. It's a lot of people of color. It's a lot of people of color who did not take the route that.
Are you a person of color?
Yes.
Are you a person of color?
Yes. Yes.
Are you white passing?
No, I am brown as hell. I'm Mexican.
Okay,
then you're a minority in a minority.
Huh?
And so going back to Alex, so going back to your statement.
I'll tell you this.
Going back to your statement about the 90% of the unalivings that's occurring in Chicago
are minorities. They're not people who look like pickles.
I'm addressing your statement. You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. So yes, we're not going to take away that is occurring. Not taking that away from you at all. But what we're saying overall in the media, that's what we're talking about. So I'm not saying that is not happening in Chicago. Yes, it happens. It happens in LA. We're not saying that doesn't occur. We're just.
Are you not mad?
Am I not mad about what? I mean, we can talk about
people who look like you who are continuously engaging in this behavior.
We can talk about the Latino gangs in LA that do the same thing.
I hate it. It's disgusting to me. It bothers me. I got my brother's in prison for life. He's from V&E in East LA, and it really does bother me. So, but just try to make it seem like it's only because we're poor. My blood brother, my dad's son, is.
That's not what he said.
It's not only.
It's a social economic.
That's what he said. That is what he said.
It's
not only.
It's social economic.
Since it's not only, can we talk about the part that's
when you sit there and you use the statistics you were using, saying that the vast majority of these crimes are committed by people of color, you're not correlating the fact that the overwhelming majority are impoverished. When you look at all the races collectively, then yes, you definitely see that as a pattern. It's poverty. Because by far more white people that are in poverty get convicted of violent crimes than people that are not poor.
So
just like it is in every demographic.
Not by percentages. Not by percentages.
Yes, by percentages.
No, it's not.
It is by percentages.
Then you haven't looked at the FBI statistical data.
It's not by percentages. I just told you 90% of the
what's your
how big of a percentage?
90%.
People of color. How big of a percentage? How big of a percentage in that statistic are middle class or upper class Black people?
No, so you don't have to separate. You don't have to.
Yeah, see, there's your problem. There's where you're going to trip the fuck up because it's damn near statistically zero.
It is because they have the means to go purchase food. They're not going to go steal it. They have the means for housing.
You're trying to tell me that hang on.
If we could finish a statement, then yes. So yes, social economic they're discussing. So yes, what Infectious is saying is true. we have the means. So the people that don't have the means. So when I worked in the jail in Texas, and I worked in a jail in Oregon, and I didn't see most of the people that came in there. They weren't billionaires. They weren't millionaires coming in there. You understand what I'm saying? So that is
So
why he
does
went and
violence
posted this
so
post.
does violence stop when you get in prison? Everyone there
Does
has the same
violence?
amount. Everyone there has the same amount of money. They all get the same amount of
Yeah,
everything.
they're all
And
poor.
does violence stop? Does
Yeah, they're
violence
all
No,
stop?
no,
They're all
no.
They're
It
poor.
all
doesn't.
poor. None
No,
of
it
them
doesn't
have
stop.
money.
But they're
I'm glad you
fed.
None of them
brought
have
that
money.
You're
up.
just
That's the
basically
point.
saying that people are committing crime because they don't have food.
Correct. It is.
They do,
So
but
I'm glad.
no, it's not. No,
Because
it's not.
Okay.
they don't have a means to
If you're gonna
resources.
get
Let's
just to let
broaden it
you
a
know,
little bit.
like
They don't have a means to
if you're gonna
resources.
get
It's not just about not having food. It's about not having a means to resources. And if you're in prison, you do not have the means to resources. It's the same
That's not.
fucking thing.
It's so. Can I just tell you? I don't know if you guys ever been robbed or see the people who are doing these crimes. Like they're not going for food. They're already in nice cars, trying to get Rolexes and jewelry off of people on Rodeo Drive. These people are not hungry.
To go sell it. To go sell it.
To
To
go
go
sell
and
it, yeah,
sell it.
because a watch will
You're gonna
feed you
want to
for
go.
a very long
You're
time.
gonna take
If
a
I steal a
hundred
loaf of,
thousand
which is
dollar
easier for me to
watch.
steal from your house? Which is easier for me to steal from your house? A loaf of bread or a watch? A
So
watch,
you
because
don't.
I can put
So
that
you
watch in my
don't.
pocket. I can put that watch in my pocket and I can walk down the street
So
and
first
not
of all,
get caught with
steal
it.
up
And guess
until
what? I can
recently.
take that watch. I can
Up
take that
until
watch and I can buy about 100 loaves of bread with that watch.
infectious. Up until recently, you could actually walk into the store and walk out with hundreds of dollars of groceries and not even get it. You're just going to get a ticket. So you're trying to tell me that people are going to take penitentiary chances with armed robberies over buying or just stealing food in the grocery store,
Yes.
hundreds of dollars worth of food?
Yes,
It's
to
just
get out
not.
of poverty.
Yes.
You guys are just living in la
Yes.
la land.
High
It's just
risk,
like
high
this is
risk,
what I
high
don't get
reward. Have
about
you never
people
heard
who
of that?
Hold on a second. Hold on a
Have you
second.
never
Hold on
heard
a
of
you
second.
high
guys are
Hold
risk,
on
high
a second.
you guys
reward
are
situation?
unrealistic. You're not
Hold on.
living
Hold on
living
a
Have you
second.
never heard of a high risk, high reward situation?
Growing up in poverty creates criminal thinking. It can create criminal thinking, and you can grow up and still have criminal thinking and become successful criminal somewhat, and still want to do criminal stuff.
1000%. It's just like
Exactly.
it's no
Now,
different.
now,
It's no different than
now,
the current lower and middle class
Pickles
bootlicking for
put it better than I
billionaires
could.
because they see one person. They see one person get away with it. They see
So
one
Pickles,
person get
hang
this
on.
big haul and walk away, and he walks out of a pawn shop with 100 grand worth of shit. And guess what? They all want to be that guy because that way is the easiest and most accessible to them at that given time. And they will chance prison time for that. You're damn right they will.
So Pickles just said it exactly how I didn't say. He said it better than me, and you're proving my point. It's not just because people are hungry. People are are doing crime because they have a criminal mentality. It's a culture. So my family who is in gangs and continue to live the life that they want to live well into their 40s are not doing it because they're not poor. They're doing it because they want to continue.
They're a product of a poor environment. Yes, they're a product of being poor.
Exactly. Okay, so,
Yeah,
so
were they
why
middle?
can't
Were they middle
I?
upper class?
So
Were they
why
middle or
can't
upper class?
I point
Were they middle or
attention
upper
to it?
class?
Why can't we bring attention to it to say, hey, this culture?
We do want to
and
bring attention to it because we want
you
to
just
end poverty.
This whole thing started because you guys said that look, people are highlighting this stuff in the news. It's like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with
They're
it?
overly highlighting it in the news.
No, it's what they're highlighting. It's what they're highlighting. We didn't say because they're highlighting. It's what they're highlighting.
They're highlighting the reality of what's going on in a place like Chicago.
Chicago's
live here.
21st
Okay, so
century.
graph, that's not the reality.
I live
We
here.
just
I
showed
would
you the
love
graph. That's
to.
not the reality. If it was the reality, the majority of the news would be targeting people with diabetes and heart disease.
No, because
If it was the reality. Because
no,
that's the
just
reality.
based off people's choices. Now, all right. So infectious. If you have a choice of over a 30-year period, being able to live your life eating whatever you want, and you're going to get cardiac arrest from everything that you've ate, or would you rather have someone run into your home, commit the crime, and then because you put up a fight, you get unalive? Which would you prefer?
What the fuck does that have to do with
trying
tea in
to
China?
reduce harm and unwanted death, I would prefer to attack cancer and heart disease. That's a much
Yeah.
bigger umbrella.
Because it's going to prevent more. Again, this has nothing. You twisted this in a weird way. It has nothing to do with what I prefer to happen to me.
No, I didn't.
It has to do with what we prefer to watch on television.
Right.
It's sensationalism. You said that it shows a reality. What we're trying to tell you is that it does not show reality. Because if it showed reality, a vast majority of the news stories we see would be focused around heart disease and diabetes. But they don't. Because news is not reality. It's sensationalism at best.
And
at worst, it's outright lying, like when you look at Fox News and Newsmax.
And they only report. So, for instance, for the police department, when the news media comes out there, they'll tell them, the police chief, whoever, okay, hey, we're going to give you this story. Okay, only say this part, but don't cover this part. That's what happens. I know because I've been a law enforcement for 17 years. So when the news media is reporting stuff, they know more about what's going on. They know the actual investigation. They know the actual facts of the story. But then
this is why
police will tell
this
them,
is why she lost.
hey, you only report. Don't report on that. No, the reason she lost is because uneducated people and people that don't want to be educated, and also racism and misogyny. Let's really talk about it.
You know what, Alex, you are right. This is exactly why she lost. Because of lazy assholes like you that don't want to learn. Because you get tired after 5 minutes of talking and you're like, oh, I'm so bored. I sat here and heard you quite literally just say,
because you
every
only
time
want
somebody
to
starts
speak,
discussing
you don't
facts
listen.
and figures. Because you don't want to learn. Because you're a lazy asshole.
This is the
that just wants to be a dick and just wants to hate on people for no fucking reason. This is how bigotry rises.
Alex, I even said,
listen
okay,
more than you talk.
No, Alex, I even said, okay, Alex, yes.
Have you heard of Rahm Emanuel? Have you heard Rahm Emanuel?
Take your own fucking advice.
It's actually a Democratic governor, Rahm Emanuel, the former governor, mayor of Chicago. He's the one who said it. You should go listen to him. You're doing exactly what he said don't do. And this is why you guys are in the position that you're in.
You asked the question. If you want to have a conversation is a two-way street. You brought up Chicago. You brought up the 90%. I said, Alex, yes, I'm not going to take that away. Yes, that is currently happening in Chicago. That is the state of Chicago. So for you to sit up here, that's very disingenuous for you to sit up here and say, oh, this is why she lost. We're trying to have a conversation. I sat there and listened to you and we talked about it. But because we're not jumping up and down agreeing with everything that you're saying, oh, this is like, no, I sat there and gave you and said, yeah, that's what's happening in Chicago. So what's your next topic?
Pickles, is it more than 29
deaths?
Yeah.
No.
So then back to, sorry if I could just finish up with what Pickles. So was it tokenized for them as well on the left because it's less than 29?
Who are we tokenizing?
You said that there was 29 unalivings by people who came into the country who illegally. And then I asked you, is there more than 29 unalivings of unarmed minorities by police? You said no.
Oh, I don't know. Let me see.
Because the whole thing was that you were saying that they don't tokenize and they do though.
So it doesn't have to be more than 29. So what we'd have to do is look at how many people were unalived by police, what percent of them were unjustly killed, what percent of those people were black or brown.
Do you think that there's any just unalivings by officers?
Sure.
Okay. I just didn't know if you were like way out there in like delusional land, like with some of the like just anti-police rhetoric. I actually think that it's a huge problem. I think the worst case is actually a white guy in Arizona. He was in a hotel lobby. Excuse me, in a hotel hallway. Did you see that? And then the cop actually got off and he went to another police department. It's the most tragic thing you ever see. He was like yelling at the guy, and that was just a white guy on a white guy.
Yeah.
So I think
the thing is, we can address this and say, hey, this is bad. Hey, this is the reality of it. Hey, we can work on this. We can fix this. Not all cops are bad. Like, we could talk about things like that. We can talk about it pragmatically. On the other side of the coin, we have Trump saying we're going to give cops full immunity. Do you think that's what we need to do?
Well, it can't be full because you still can't break the law.
You can have full
No, but
immunity
you
from
want
law.
to give them full immunity.
But you can't
Yeah, no, Trump talked
can't
about
go like
indemnifying
you
the
can't
police. No, Trump
unalive
talked
like
about
the
indemnifying the police.
hang on. You
Trump
can't.
talked about indemnifying them so that they cannot be prosecuted. Period. That's what he talked about.
I mean, I don't agree that any person should be incapable of being prosecuted. That's just stupid, and I
I
don't think
agree. I don't think anybody should, and Trump said it.
I don't think that that's reality. And then even in the bill that they were trying to, it says it there that it fits within the actual training, within the guidelines. So you can't really.
Yes, in our
No,
training, but Trump wants to change. Hold on, in fact, but Trump wants
go
to
ahead.
change it. He wants to change it. He wants to change federally where cops, what's in the training manual for police officers, where it says implied immunity, I think is what it's called. He wants to say full immunity now. That's his goal.
Okay, so I don't agree, and I mean that's
And
I
that's
don't
one of the
think
few
that'll
things
ever
he can do
happen.
unilaterally. That's one of the few things he can do without legislation because
Just
he
pardon
is the
every
head of
single
the executive branch. The executive branch is law enforcement. He can do that by executive order.
And if he does, then I mean, you guys, like I said, it's you guys put the guy in office
I
by
mean,
calling
let's look at it this way. We did not put him in
everybody that
office.
doesn't agree with you
You voted for him.
an asshole.
We did not vote for him. We did not put him in office. We've been
So
trying to warn you about this for fucking years.
I don't break the
I've
law.
been
I'm
bringing
not
up a
worried.
simple fact. Look at two policies that Trump talked about.
I don't break
He
the law.
wants to criminalize urban camping, so he wants to make it criminal to be houseless. And then he wants to
Urban
indemnify
camping?
the police. He wants to indemnify the police and make it so that they can't be prosecuted. How long is it going to be until you think that cops are starting to unalive houseless people just because? Just because it's easier.
What is GT? Sorry.
Good trouble. Okay, so
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, so did Alex, who did you vote for?
I was at work. I couldn't vote, but I'm in Illinois, so Trump wasn't going to win this state regardless.
But do you understand down ballots matter? So okay, so like you said,
It wouldn't.
Hold on a second. Down ballot. Do you know what down ballot voting means?
Yeah, but it's something I couldn't participate in, and everyone here in Illinois in its entirety is all Democrats. Literally every single alderman, every single politician.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to help you. Okay, so you were talking about how it's upsetting the Black and brown communities, the gangs and all that stuff. Well, the way to change all that stuff, in 2026, we're going to vote again, and you vote down ballot. You want to change. That's how you change your senator. I mean, not your mayors, your governors. So you want to start paying attention and reading those and vote down ballot.
No, we have a whole new movement of flipping Chicago red. Have you looked at the council meetings? That's Illinois. You got to look at Chicago. All 52
I bet you $100.
All 52 aldermen are Democrats. What do you mean? What are you talking
really
about?
quick, Alex, while he's looking that up, just real quick, guys, we got 600 people in here and we're only at 292K likes. Come on, let's get up to 350. We can hit that really fast. We asked you about an hour ago to hit 1,000 shares. We're still at 670. Let's
all
hit that
52
share
aldermen.
button, guys. Let's get some more people in this
All
room.
52 aldermen
Come on,
are Democrats.
There's a lot of conservatives
what
in
is that?
Chicago.
Oh,
There's
this
a what?
A second?
Not in power.
But you're talking about, you said 100% of people in Chicago.
No, the people running for office. The aldermen, the mayor, the governor, they're all 52 of them. Every single one.
Look at your legislature. Look at your legislature, bud.
again.
And your legislature sets
So the
state
story.
law.
So it is happening. If you look at the council meetings in Chicago, it's all, you know, basically where the migrants came into Black communities and started to, you know, reopen the schools for them. They you know, people were very upset, and the Black community is very upset in Chicago, and they're looking to turn the entire city, you know, as far as within the city limits where minorities live, red for that reason. And yeah, it's going to happen. I think it'll eventually, you know, I'll be able to participate more. I have felt out of touch with Democrats.
Control.
Oh, that was the year.
That was 2024.
Does it go further?
That's 92 to 24.
Yeah.
But the 24 is not on
He was
there.
looking up the history.
Yeah, look, it's just, I mean, you just see it right there, Pickles. It's at the end, like all the last 08 from 03 forward.
Yeah.
And want to know what's funny about this? Want to know what's funny about the all the D's in, you know, in the past 20 years? Do you guys all, would you keep voting for the same people if 20 years if no progress has been made? Do you know that this city is the most segregated big city in America?
The thing is, people don't vote Republican when they're educated and they know that, like, people, like, say you're in a city and you're like, hey, this city would function better if we had a fire department. And
No,
like
there's all
social
Democrats
programs.
here.
These are Democrat
Wait,
things.
hold on, let him finish.
These are Democrat things. That's how cities exist. Can you name one big city that's red? No. No one ever votes red when they
No, because I think it's
no. So because red cities can't exist. They suck. All of the red states, for the majority, they can't even run their own fucking state because they can't pay their own bills. They're all insolvent.
Pickles.
They haven't figured it out.
So, want to know what's funny? Chicago is actually insolvent. They're $1 billion in debt.
That's
But
nothing.
it is something.
It's nothing.
But in any
big
case,
city, for a big city, that's like a rounding error. Big cities deal with hundreds of billions of dollars.
that's
every
not
year
just
without even
that's just
thinking
not
about it.
the total debt. That's just the deficit for this.
Yeah,
the
I know.
last year.
It's good to have a small deficit to keep the money in the hands of the people because governments are not supposed to be for profit.
So
right.
Want to know what's funny? Because you guys, I love when you bring this up. I heard this before, and I've heard other people like, "Oh my God, you know, blue states." Like, so everything that you guys complain about when it comes to capitalism and the abuse of power amongst, you know, the rich and the oligarchy class. Basically, that's where it functions the best. That's where it's the most profitable, and people and the division between those who have and those who don't have, the have and the have-nots, are disproportionately higher within those same cities. It's like, so you're trying to say that, okay, people are basically working harder for less money in these cities, and look what we've been able to build from the backs of people. And like, you pretend to hate capitalism, but then you're like, oh my God, look at this amazing shiny city that we built off the backs of people on slave labor.
Alex, I have to correct you on something real quick. As of December 2023, Chicago had a $400 million RPF.
Wait, no. So it's
like I just want to like take this into practical thinking. Say if Republicans took over Chicago, what Republican policy would make crime go down? What would they do to make homelessness better? There's nothing they do. They would cut taxes. What would they do? Nothing.
I think
Yell at people.
So I actually had I was watching a live, and it was two minority men who were discussing that. One was on the left, one was on the right, and they were talking about, you know, this idea of who would be better for minorities. And I want to bring back the city that I'm from and the type of people who would be best for the people who are in gangs, selling drugs, part of the culture that, you know, we drink every weekend, we party every weekend, and we try to buy the most expensive clothes that we can. This is the way that I grew up. This is what I actually did for a longer portion of my life than I do being responsible, owning a home, paying my bills.
Okay, Linda.
Okay. So I think that it would be the people who are just saying, we're not going to actually help you. You need to help your damn self. And I think that that's where I actually woke up from this, this life where I expected things to be handed to me or things to be, someone else's fault, playing the blame game and saying like, oh my God, it's the boogeyman's white man's fault that I'm not able to get a job or, have education, or that's why I'm poor. And it's like, no, that's not why. So
No.
to answer your
Okay, so
question, I answered your question. I hopefully within
That's
reason.
so like the absence of social safety nets is somehow going to magically make a cultural like change in people, and they're all going to start working harder.
I think it's the start. I think it's the start by telling people.
You guys are trying that. Have you looked at Mississippi? Have you looked at the Bible Belt? Every state that you guys are testing this out in, you guys have higher crime rates. You have more poverty. You guys suck at everything in every metric.
Correct.
So can you
Not
can
only-
you show me?
by blue
Can you show me
states.
what you mean? I'm not quite sure what you
And
mean.
they're supported by blue states for the most part.
People.
Let's look
just
at...
to have it said, my ADHD just kicked me in the ass. Remember also, Alex, that all those D's that we see in that chart behind that Pickles has up right now, thanks to all those D's, Chicago has fallen out of the top 10 most volatile cities in the country.
Oh yeah, where is
Volatile
They're not
by
even in the
what
top 10
metric?
anymore.
So
Volatile
They're
by
not
what
even in the
metric?
top 10 anymore.
Volatile by what metric?
By gun
violent
violence.
crime?
Pew violence. Violent crime.
Oh, I mean,
They're not even in the top 10 now.
So okay, so this whole idea that red states, like, no, if you look at the counties where all the crime is being committed, they're still voting blue. Like,
Yeah, I know,
come on.
but states' laws are made at a state level. So it's Republicans choosing the laws, and then when you see high populations of people, that's where people vote blue. That's where more interaction happens. That's where more crime happens because there's more people.
It's just too convenient to say that's the reason why, is because people are closer together. Like, it's
Okay,
just
That's not
let's
convenience,
just
that's
look
the
at
truth.
let's look at the two states that won in solidarity with Kamala and Trump. Mississippi is the one Trump won unilaterally, and it's the worst in like every metric: education, crime, poverty, everything. And then ours was Massachusetts. We're like the top 4 in the nation for everything. Like you guys, your failures are so easily seen. Yeah, all you can do is like look at the homeless people in California. And then
Do
I
you
ask
think-
you a question like, what would Republicans do to stop homelessness? And then you just come up with this weird thing about self-responsibility. Like, they'll learn. Stop doing everything.
So, I mean, because I've seen what happened in California. I've seen the push towards more social program, and basically, honestly, we're just being robbed blind. Because, I mean, I was there 3-4 years ago when I moved.
No, in California, it works. That's why California has the highest GDP of any state in the country. That's
No,
why they're
that
ranked,
is
what,
not
fourth
the
or fifth
reason
in the
why it has
world
the highest GDP.
for the
It has
highest
the highest
economy.
GDP because it's the biggest state. It has the most agriculture. We have most exports. It's a fucking massive country-sized state. Don't say it because we have more social programs. That's just so
They
stupid
do
to say.
these
I
studies
can't
all
believe
the
you
time.
just said that. It's
The only
crazy.
thing you know to do is like point at California and say it's bad. But we look at these things individually, like a program that would invest in
No.
homelessness. Hold on.
I
Like
just
we do the
responded
math.
to what he said. I never said it was bad.
Okay, but we do the math and we inject like a few $100,000 to stop people from flooding like hospitals and jails, and it saves us like multiple times that. So you just think these things are all failures when we can just like point at everything and be like, it's
Never said
obviously
that. I
not.
just responded to what he said because it was so egregiously wrong. Like, it was crazy. But back to the Massachusetts thing, I wanted to bring up. You brought up
Hey,
Massachusetts. I
no,
wanted to
Texas,
respond.
dude, Texas has almost 300 square miles more, and they're not even close.
They're not
They're not
even
even
close.
close
You
in
mean
GDP.
like second? Like, what do you mean? They're the second largest
No, I mean they're not even
GDP
close in
the
GDP.
country.
Compare California and Texas's GDP. They're not even close to each other.
There's different dynamics to the reason why California is so great. I'm from
Yeah,
California.
but
You
you
think I'm
just
not
said
going
it
to
was
defend
because it was this
California?
big countryside state.
It is.
That was your reasoning.
It
Your reasoning
is.
that you presented
And
was
the
it's a huge
population is
state with a
higher.
lot
The
of this and a
population is
lot of
higher. The
that.
capitalism
Texas
is
is
much
almost
more well
300,000
functioning
square
than
miles
here.
bigger.
Hold on. Phil said
Texas is
People has
almost
a
300,000 square miles
Phil's-
larger. It's a bigger
Hold on,
state, and
Texas.
it has nowhere near that GDP.
Peoples has an announcement. Hold
thank
on.
you for the $5. Alex feels for the white man, but does he know about stories like Randy Cox paralyzed, then shook around because they didn't? Oh, I'm gonna say comply. I'm just gonna guess that it says comply.
Wait, what is she? Can you read
Okay,
it
paralyzed
over?
and shook around because they didn't realize he was, or Robert Brooks recently. So Randy Cox, Robert Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Oh, they're listing the unalivings by police. Who was that from?
Oh yeah.
Like I said, police is a huge problem. I think it's a massive problem, and it should be addressed. I don't really understand how
I
I
think what
got
we should
painted
do is
into
stop
this.
funding red states to teach them self-responsibility so that they can grow
Hell
up
yeah.
and figure out
Hell
to live
yeah.
on their own, because they're the
Let all
biggest
these blue
welfare
states
queens
keep
of
their
all.
funds.
So,
I
Massachusetts,
agree.
you brought up Massachusetts, right? And you're gonna tell me that Massachusetts is doing great because they allow crime to happen within certain parts of the city, the way that California does,
That's
or
not true.
allow.
So like you think that like California and they
So
have more lax laws?
conservative values does not equate to just being a red state. Massachusetts and the people there are probably mostly conservative, although they lean politically to the left. It's still conservative in the way that you don't spend every penny that you have. You don't drink every damn
They have
weekend.
many
You
more
actually
social
have a two-parent home.
programs. They have more robust everything. That's not true. And then let's talk about crime. Texas, in order to commit a felony in Texas, when you want to steal something, you have to steal $2,500 worth of shit. In California, it's $950.
Wait. What is that? What is that even?
It means
your mic is low.
that
Can you-
blue states are like there's no case of California being laxed on crime. They enforce it harder than red states.
No, that is just completely wrong. There's no. So the laws on the books mean nothing if the district attorney is not going to keep people in jail after they're committing crimes.
That's what,
You think
that's what he's explaining.
Gascon's not letting every single person go? Like, come on, like you guys.
That's what he's
Crime gets
explained. That is
reported
what
whether they're
explained.
convicted or not. Crime is reported whether convicted or not.
And they're also not detained, and it continues to happen. It's just like this snowball effect of crime and
It's
new
more
culture.
so in red states. More so in red states.
I live,
Crime is
and
high-
I will continue
crime is
to
higher.
live.
Crime is higher in red states, period. He can show you. He can show you the facts. He can show you the data. Crime is higher in red states.
But this isn't a red versus blue state argument. I'm not.
But it is, though.
But I'm not the
Because
one here. I'm not the one here saying like I have a problem that there's more crime in the red states. I'm talking about the places that affect me, where the people who look like me live. For me caring about that, and you're just like, oh my God, you shouldn't care about that because there's
Nobody
hillbillies.
said that.
There's hillbillies in Oklahoma killing each other. Like
No,
what?
I'm just saying that the outcome of Trump's rhetoric and what he's charged half of the nation with, like,
It's not just
feeling-
Trump's
Hold on,
rhetoric.
it is. He's justifying this mass deportation, and now
No,
what you have
there's
to worry
black
about.
conservatives.
What you have to worry about
Hold
is you're going to be
on.
walking around in these next 4 years, and someone's going to stop you, and someone's going to say, "Let me see your ID. Let me show me proof of citizenship." And you're going to go through that, and you're going to be like, "Dang, why?"
That's not true. That's just not true.
Okay.
And it's not
Give people
so
the power.
Pickles, hang on. So you said that it was
Give people
Trump's
the power.
rhetoric, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not just Trump's rhetoric. It's there are black conservatives, and they do. Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, Dr. Ben
God.
Carson.
There's outliers.
They all hate. They self-hate. they self-hate, and I could tell you that
okay, so
self-hate
hang on, Story. So
because
when
I
I
went
tell you
to
that it bothers me that the people who mostly look like me and the people that I'm mostly concerned about, because this is the same thing that happens to Larry Elder every time he tries to say that people shouldn't have children out of wedlock, and he's probably more extreme than I am because I don't think that's I don't even agree with that portion. But saying about Mexican people that we probably don't invest enough. We probably drink too much alcohol. We probably party way too much. We probably spend more money on cars than we should before buying property. By saying that, is that self-hate or is that analyzing a problem about your community that you would like to see change?
Saying
no,
those
that's
things are
analyzing the
fine.
problem and being aware.
Yeah,
You're
saying
awake.
those.
You're woke.
Yeah, like
So then
those
how
are
is
fine.
that different from the rhetoric that these outliers who are self-hate, you just said that they're self-haters. So Larry Elder is a self-hater because he cares about black people, and every time he brings up
No,
the
Probably just
community,
super Christian.
people ask him about what about white people? What about white people? And he's like, man, I've been trying to talk about my own community
Do you
for
know
the
what
past 30
indoctrinated
years.
means?
Yes, I know what it means, but
what
can you
is
tell me if
Christianity
it's
a
self-hate?
doctrine?
Is it self-hate?
Yeah.
Story, is it self-hate?
Oh, I already answered
But
you.
how is
So
it self-hate? But people just said it's all those things are okay to say. Are they okay to say, or is it self-hate?
It depends. So it depends on the topic you're referring to when uh you're talking about Larry Elders and that guy Richardson or Robinson from South or North Carolina. The reason I say self-hate, and let me break it to you. I'll use Candace Owens. Candace Owens in high school sued the school for discrimination. She was then given money from Republicans, and then as soon as she was given money by the Republicans, now she shit on black people. Now she do all that. So that's why Pickles was bringing up indoctrination and all that. That's what I'm talking about, because Larry Elders was not like that. But as soon as they get paid from the right, then they start hating on black people. That's what I mean when I say self-hate, because it's one thing, for instance, to talk about the black community and actually do something to help the black community, like you're saying. I've done, even as an officer, I helped twin brothers as an officer, and I've gotten letters, thank you letters. I've done more work and work with U.S. Attorney Generals to try to change laws. So yes, I have that same passion to help the black community. You understand what I'm saying? But I don't sit up here and put black people down. I don't, and that's what the difference is with like Larry Elders, and they're not, they put black people down.
So
That's
how do they
why
put black people down by saying?
Yeah.
I don't think it's putting people down by stating that we have problems within minority communities like the ones that I just stated. You could say people, because a lot of people will say like, "Oh my
you
God,
know
you're
what
a
I mean by putting
self-hater.
somebody
You
down though?
you
Do you
started
know,
making
you
money,
know what?
Alex, and
That's
now
not
you
putting
think that you're white." Like people say that shit all the time. It's like, like, bro, are you? This is usually like, I can't even believe like that people actually
but
respond that way. It's crazy.
but-
Because it's just
right.
highlighting the fact that they think that no one any minority shouldn't make any money or shouldn't be educated or shouldn't like shit that some white people like. It's like, oh my God, like you like, even when it was like, if you like a certain band, people will like judge you based off this stupid stuff, but they won't actually realize what you're actually saying is like, wait, I think that we need to change. Do you know the creator of the Boondocks? Do you know why? Do you know why the Boondocks is the way that it is? It's parody of the stupidity of the things that happen in minority communities, and people actually watched it and enjoy it, and like some people will agree with it. But is he a self-hater? Is the creator of the Boondocks a self-hater?
No, when there's comedy and like no, what he's doing is he's appealing to a base that understands the struggles of those communities or the inside cultural experiences of those communities, and I think he's not damning them, he's not shaming them, and if you can laugh at yourself, that's fine. But if you're demonizing another, if you're punching down on another community, that's disgusting. As a privileged white billionaire who was handed $400 million, and he comes out and says trans people are the problem with this country, or that like minorities are the problem with this country, and we look at the data and that's not true, that's what we're painting.
That's what we're talking about.
So again, but you said that it's just his rhetoric alone, but it's not just his rhetoric to
But
try
that,
to turn a more
so let me
conservative, to
explain
try
it.
to turn a more conservative page that will
Yes,
benefit
no, no,
these
no.
communities.
So let me explain it to you like this. When I moved to Oregon in 2004, Oregon was fine. I grew up in the suburbs in LA County or whatever. I moved to the suburbs in Oregon. When Trump was hired, he gave the people who are misogynists and racist a platform. He gave them the platform to say it's okay to be who you are. And the way that they are is harming. I should not have had to sue two separate law enforcement departments for discrimination. That happened after Trump, uh, his rhetoric. So yes, he emboldened them.
But Oregon is a
yes,
blue state.
Hold on,
it
chat.
doesn't
Is
matter.
my microphone
Racism,
any louder now? People said they can't hear me.
a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
You didn't hear me. I said
I turned down the system volume so that people are more quiet than me. So my voice should level out with them. Sorry, guys. Let me know. Oh, and Phil says, does the Gus think we need to hold a higher percentage of the world's incarcerated population, 25%, despite us being 4% of the world population? So we are already over policing and over putting people in the prison system. We need more.
But our culture is different. If you go to other countries, like they just don't have the same.
But answer the question. Answer the question.
Was it a question or
like culturally we policed people, over policed people? Yeah, that's about it. Like, are you about to say some homogenous countries are better because they're not culturally different?
No. What I was gonna say is, like, if you look at countries, across the board where that they don't have the same culture that we do, like with, first of all, guns, drug consumption, violence, just the actual American culture that we have is violent. It's just, this is a violent country. Left, right, doesn't matter where you are. There's violence, there's drug consumption, there's alcohol consumption. We gamble, like, we live off of this stuff. And there's more conservative countries in the world where people are just like hanging out. Like, I don't know if you've traveled often, but if you go to another country, you feel safer.
These things are a product of the law.
You're telling me that enforcing laws is making the crime higher?
Yeah, so like 95, like the 94 crime bill, did we arrest a bunch of people? Yeah.
Yeah, let's not bring up that, because you guys know who implemented that.
But you
we don't
admit
have a Congress.
You admit that
Congress.
this is the truth, right?
Okay, so this is the thing where you guys are talking about rhetoric during that time. You guys remember Biden's rhetoric during, before the crime bill, super predators. Like, come on, guys.
You're going to go into the rhetoric, but I'm talking about what worked, what didn't. Let's follow a line of logic. We over-policed, and that caused more people to be imprisoned. That's the thing that happened, right? That's the culture we built.
The school to prison pipeline is real in the Black community. It's real. It is what it is. And if you're not going to be honest with yourself and look up the history of policing and when policing began, then you're not being honest with yourself. It is what that's just what it is.
Okay, so I don't have I said it over and over and over and over again. Policing itself, there's a huge problem. That's why a cultural shift is needed to a more conservative stance for people who look like me. We need to invest more. We need to stop going out so much.
Conservative ideology.
Dude, that's not conservative.
That's not conservative.
You talk about these other countries. Hold on a second. You talked about these other countries that are more conservative than us and that people can live better. Name one.
When it comes to...
Name one. No, just name one. Don't explain it. Don't give an excuse. Name one. Because the only countries that I can think of off the top of my head that are more conservative than us are going to be countries like in the Middle East, countries like in South America.
That's what I just said. Costa Rica.
Those
Chile.
aren't safer places.
Costa Rica is not safer than America. I don't know. I don't think you have your facts straight.
They had
Chile,
high crime.
Okay, so you
Chile,
can find one outlier, but the
Paraguay,
countries that are
no,
industrialized
Paraguay,
countries, the countries that
Uruguay.
are industrialized countries, like members of the G7,
Oh, now
all of them that have
Tokyo,
better, higher qualities of
Japan,
life and better qualities of freedom, healthcare, everything like that, they're farther left than us. Japan is farther left than us. Japan is farther left than we are.
No, it
by
is.
far.
Oh my
By
God! No,
far.
it is not.
Have
The
you
government
seen
is not.
teenagers walking up and down? Have you
The
seen teenagers walking up
government.
and down the streets
The
of Japan lately?
government. The
They have
government.
a highly accepted social system where kids can be who they want to be.
The
The
government
actual
is conservative.
Can you shut
bro.
up for 2 fucking
The
seconds?
government.
Can you shut up and quit interrupting a person for 2 fucking seconds? Please. If you look at the youth around Japan, guess what? There is a huge move of androgynous teenagers. Teenagers that don't show any kind of gender role. That's huge in Japan right now. It's a fad and it's being supported. They have a really high LGBTQ community.
They also have a lot of gun laws.
That is highly supported socially.
Lots of gun laws.
They have tons of gun laws. Holy shit, you
What's
have
the-
to register your ammo in Japan.
What's the statistic you have right there? What does this say about Costa Rica?
As of 2023, murder rate in Costa Rica is 17.3. The murder rate in the U.S. is 7.8.
Yeah.
I thought Costa Rica had more crime than They have warnings.
It's
when
double.
You go to
It's
the
double us.
Over double.
Yeah, they have warnings.
Still, well, I think maybe I'm just, a lucky American who can go somewhere and feel safe in tourist areas and not, and feel.
Or maybe you're just biased and haven't looked into any of the information.
That's not bias. I just told you that I can.
That's completely biased. You made a statement based on zero information and zero fact.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alex, I'm gonna go ahead and drop pick so you can. I'm gonna go to bed. But
All right.
Alex, you seem like a nice young man, and you seem like you really. I hope that you would actually. I'm gonna give you a follow because I really wish you would actually just sit down and me and you could talk one day because you have a good head on your shoulder. You've done well for yourself. I will say I'm proud of you. You made it out of Compton. Made it out of LA. And you're doing very well. I'm gonna say I'm proud of you and proud of what you've done. However, there's some things, some information I really wish you would take a look at, just to get a better understanding of, what the policies and the laws and how they affect us Black and Brown people. Because Republicans are against us as Black and Brown people. So have a good night. Keep learning, and I'm proud of you. And keep doing what you're doing. Okay.
Thanks, Story. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, Story.
I've also had you up for about an hour, Alex. I think I'm about to call it a night.
See you, man.
All right, man.
Nice talking to you guys.
You too. Chat, I'm going to put it on supporter only chat for a little bit, and we're just going to fucking sit here and hang out because I am exhausted, bro. I am exhausted. We're doing sub only starting right now, meaning if you're awesome as fuck and you have a supporter badge, if you have a subscription, you can chat. If you're not that awesome, you can't chat. Sorry. That says go to bed. Not yet, guys. Not yet. Not yet.
Hello?
Hello.
Are you a Kamalo supporter?
I am.
Cool.
Are you a Kamala supporter?
Yeah.
Fuck
I'll be.
yeah. Now we're friends.
Badass.
I love you. Infectious, thanks for the sub, bub.
Not a problem, brother. I had to let mine lapse. I had to save up for Christmas.
I feel ya. I feel ya. What's up, Crazy? Crazy? Are you there?
Hello, Crazy Jackhole. Are you sleeping? Oh, he dipped.
I dipped him.
Oh, you dipped. All right.
Hello?
Hello.
Fuck you.
Ah.
That was lovely.
GG Dukes, Thomas, James, I love you guys. Thank you guys for the kind words. They're back, and then Rainy. It's still early days, Rainy. I'm not ready for that.
Yeah, I was going to say Erica was here earlier. Should have just brought her up and let those two go at it. That would have been hilarious. Oh, hey, I was going to ask you, did you have any luck with that freelancer.com?
No, I haven't even done that. I've been wrapped up. Hello?
So you don't like Trump. Who do you support as a
Oh, that's
political
a
figure?
fetus. That was a fetus, ladies and gentlemen. Yeetus thy fetus.
Go eat a Lunchable. Holy moly. They're back. Chat. This is my nightmare. Perennial, thank you so much for the subscription. W Lunchables, I know. I know. You know what I've been thinking about is getting some of those like tuna, like lunchy things, like the little tuna snack packs. I miss those.
Oh, like you get the tuna and the mayonnaise and the crackers and stuff in there
Little
for
spoon?
like $2.
Hell yeah.
Hell
dude.
yeah.
It's the best.
When I was broke as shit when I started my business, that's what I used to do for lunch. Grab one of those and a couple of bananas because bananas are like 20 cents a piece.
Yeah. Hell yeah. What's the plan for post TikTok ban? Please follow me, guys. Please follow me on YouTube. I'm hoping we'll be able to segue from TikTok to like Neptune. TikTok will limp for another few months till people lose access to it. We're not going to get updates. So as long as you guys don't reset your phones or buy new phones, you'll still have TikTok. We just have to hold on to it until Papa Pickles gets on his feet on another platform.
Just get yourself a VPN. Use that VPN to say that you're actually located in Australia or China. Download your updates and come back. It's no big deal. We could literally stay on TikTok forever if we wanted to.
It's true.
They can't stop that. All you got to do is use a VPN to show that you're pinging from another location, and then you get your updates, and you can stay up to date and stay on TikTok.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, guys. It's gonna be hard, but yeah, follow me on my other platforms if you can. I'm gonna try my best to do what I can. It's gonna be very nerve-wracking, very scary for me. I'm also trying to find a place to live at the same time looking at not having a job. It's very scary, guys. I know. Fucking Beth is awesome. She's so awesome. I just can't move. I can't move too far, guys. Hello?
Hi there.
Hi there.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Canadian, so I thought, why not come on here and see if you have any questions to ask a Canadian about how we feel about Trump.
How do you feel about Trump?
He makes us cry. Yeah, first time he was elected, we cried, and there's a lot of us crying again. Yeah. How do you feel about everything that's going on with the tariffs and this whole make Canada the next part of the states? And what do you think?
I think it's horrible rhetoric. I think it's gross. And the fact, I feel like he's just barely touching on it a little bit so that, he can get people's temperature and then, maybe
Exactly.
build a little bit of, and then he'll do something. I think that's just gonna, I hope he doesn't. But
yeah, I don't understand the antagonism, and what's happening on our end is unfortunate, is because now we've got our Trudeau has stepped down, so our left is feeling very precarious. And our other option is Pierre Poilievre, who's the only one that's like being really aggressive to think of standing up to Trump. And it's like, we don't want to have to go that route. So, yeah, it's like, we don't want to elect a bully to fight a bully just for the sake of keeping ourselves intact. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
This is the same kind of shit that happened to Iran in the Middle East through the 40s and 50s. It's why the Middle East is highly populated by dictators and religious zealots, because they were the only ones that had the backbone to stand up to the United States for scrutiny in their elections.
Yeah, and Canada has no interest in becoming an enemy. No, like it's been a friendly relationship forever. You know, we're a country that's only we've existed under 200 years, and we're new, and we like who we are as we stand. Don't understand why mess with a good thing, right?
So since you're asking, I have to ask back. How do you feel about absorbing Washington, Oregon, and California?
That's funny. To be honest, like I don't think a lot of Americans know much about Canada itself, and that we actually do have a very different type of culture and we have a parliamentary system. We're part of 56 Commonwealth countries. Like we're the second largest nation in the world. It's sort of like we want to hold on to all our we want to hold on to all our lovely bits and pieces. And I think an amalgamation of any kind would change things. Like if a couple of the border lining states wanted to, because we've offered like it's a bit of a meme, but the whole our bordering states with Canada are all like, sign us up, we want free health care. But then now we're getting into blending two different cultures, because we are actually two different cultures that operate quite separately. Like our gun laws are different, our parliamentary systems are different. We don't have as much I don't want to use the word racism because that is so fucking loaded, but our sense of diversity is different. It's changing, right, unfortunately, but yeah. What do you think?
You're talking about the parliamentary system and how different it is. I follow and learn that teacher from Canada. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. And I heard her do a couple of videos on trying to explain the parliamentary system in Canada and how, prime ministers are chosen and that kind of thing. And even she, by the end of it, was like, she had that look on her face like, fuck, this sucks.
Well, yeah, I mean,
having to explain it, not in practice necessarily, but, having to explain it sucks.
It's very, very confusing. But, I mean, the only way you can really, if you're going to sum it up and make it dumb, everyone in our parliamentary system has been elected. Like they have been chosen. So they're not chosen by existing political leaders. And this is why you can't just elect your best friends, to come join your party. It doesn't work like that. Yeah.
So now I heard Trudeau's floating the idea of ranked choice voting.
Oh, that would be a disaster. You know what though? He doesn't have clout anymore. He resigned. Honestly, I think anything he may do or say now is going to be a moot point. Yeah. But yeah, the whole Canada becoming another state, it's we are we're a Commonwealth country, and I don't think a lot of Americans understand what that is. Like, Australia wouldn't let Canada become part of the U.S. There's just so many other Commonwealth countries. Like, does the U.S. want to make?
Would NATO wouldn't?
No, absolutely not. And I don't know exactly if this is true or not, but doesn't the King of the United Kingdom have to sign off on giving one of his Commonwealth countries away? Like, wouldn't he have to sign at least some kind of piece of paper to say, okay, you can have Canada. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's no different than Greenland. I mean,
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you can't just say okay.
But, part of.
No. It's
I've talked about this on a few lives. I mean, there's a reason for Trump's rhetoric right now. If you look at the three, ixnay Mexico out of this, or, in South America, because that's just his rhetoric on the southern border. But if you look at the three other things that he's really targeting is our relationship with Canada, which is a direct, that's our closest NATO ally. He's targeting Greenland, who houses one of the largest NATO stockpiles in the Northern Hemisphere. And he's targeting the Panama Canal, who currently has Russia under heavy sanctions. These are all Vladimir Putin wish lists.
Oh, you're so right. He's ticking boxes, isn't he?
Right, yeah. That's all it is. It's Vladimir Putin. And we know because of recent reporting that Donald Trump has had several conversations with Vladimir Putin off the books since he was president.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that for a second. Yeah.
So this is all for a reason.
But it's all I kind of feel like the talk of when Trump is talking about the borders, I think now bringing Canada into the discussion is actually a distraction for talking about Mexico. Like, it's like a little distraction of, oh, well, let's talk about our northern borders now. Let's distract from our southern borders. Let's talk about the northern borders. So yeah, I think there's a lot of tactic going on there. And why antagonize?
Because that's all he's got. He has no policy.
Yeah. I have no idea. I, as a Canadian, obviously, I don't know the rich history of your political system as much as my own. But yeah, the tactics involved, like that's something that like Canadians don't really make threats. And then to now, like, for us to be put in a position now where we're threatening to withhold resources because of tariffs, like that's actually, to be honest, that's not really Canadian behavior, but we've been put in that position. It's a shame.
See, you guys have the perfect stance on that. You don't make threats, but you're the absolute kings of like war crimes. Canada has proven repetitively, do not fuck with us in war. We will fuck you up one way or another.
Yeah, that's true. And we do show up. We definitely, if there's a fight, we're there. We don't hesitate to show up. Yeah, that's true. And that's not a criticism, or a brag at all. But and that's part of being a Commonwealth country too. Like if Britain's involved, the Canadians are there, the Australians are there. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm gonna say, Pickles, you look like you're wandering a bit. You getting tired, bud?
Yep.
A little bit.
Yeah, he looks a little sleepy. He's not. He's
you tend
he's
to
not
do that. You
jumping
tend to kind of
in.
look here, there.
Yeah, he's not jumping
up
in.
and down, and yeah.
I've been live for I think 7 hours.
Oh my God. All right. So just as a caveat, I do not speak for all Canadians. I'm just a silly lady who lives in Ontario, and it was really a pleasure to have a moment with you guys, and I really appreciate good conversation and your intellect.
Anytime. Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging out, and thanks
All
for
right.
the follow.
Thanks for the convo. Appreciate you.
You take care, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
So what do you think, Pickles? Dan and Isaiah raid?
I think so. I think so. Chat. Oh dang, the subway
I see
vendor.
that they're hanging out together. Are they hanging out on Dan's or on Isaiah's?
Let's see. I bet they're even in another live. Oh, it might have been temporary. Yeah, he's on his own.
Who
He's on
is
his
Dan?
own. Yeah. Y'all can't read my chats, guys.
Looks like they're both on by themselves. So we gonna read Isaiah's.
Small following. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, accept. Yeah, let's crash Isaiah's stream. Dan just stopped by. Okay, yeah. Isaiah's swinging by Dan shortly. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Harry's live. Manda's live. Santana. Let's do a Santana raid, guys. Oh wait, that's not his live. Manda, how's she doing? Yeah, let's raid Manda. Guys, let's raid Manda Rose. Manda Rose. Go give her all the love, guys. She is fantastic. Manda Rose. Go give her all the love, chat. Give her a big ol' fat juicy pickles raid, and I will see y'all there shortly. Chat, thank you guys so much for all the love. And if you guys want to hang out while we're offline, we have a Discord. It's quite possibly the coolest one ever. It's in my link tree right here. If you just go past my Amazon wish list where you can check out and buy something for me, you can click join Pickles Discord and hit accept, and then you're in. There's 1,600 people there. We hang out there all the time. We have game night. We have book club. We have movie nights. We have lab geek sessions with a doctor. It's so much fun. Chat, I'll see
That's a
y'all
good time.
tomorrow. Have a good night. Actually, I won't be here tomorrow. I'm going on a date.
Ooh. Get it, son.
Yeah. All right, chat. I love yous. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Have a good night, brother.
You too.
Get whatever the fuck you want. We saw this with Kim Jong Un. Okay, hold on. Okay, to your narcissist comment, if there is anybody
stuff that's actual things you can't really flip flop on. You either agree that we should give American workers jobs, that we should give more opportunity to Americans, and then justifying this is crazy. maybe a little bit of snow on the roofs. The temperatures. Hey Siri, what's the temperature? High of 38, low of 29. Yeah, everybody blew this out of proportion. Seriously blew this out of proportion. Like, unless it starts heavy snowing later today, they basically